Chapter 42-41. If you're not strong enough, you'll be bullied. I also hate that brat Ling Xiao. But he's right about one thing. You've all been too spoiled since you were young. You should suffer a bit to grow up. Now, young disciples, you can all leave. Elders, Grand Elder, come with me for a meeting. The other guests can also go back and rest. I'm sorry about today's banquet, but we can't continue with this. We'll definitely make it up to you in the future. Yu Xiangtian was very good with words. Today's matter was a big blow to the younger generation of the Yu family, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In the past, the younger generation of the Yu family had been sitting on the merit book for too long and had forgotten who they were. From today onwards, perhaps they could work even harder to cultivate. Everyone dispersed, and the Yu family's upper echelons returned to the meeting hall, blocking the outside world's divine sense. They held a meeting. Patriarch, that brat Ling Xiao is too lawless. He must be severely punished. Otherwise, if he continues to be so impudent, our Yu family will become a laughing stock. Although he has an expert behind him, we're not that easy to bully. One of the elders said angrily, "Let's put Ling Xiao's matter aside for now. That brat still has some value. Once he's no longer useful, I'll find a way to kill him. After all, he still has the demonic Sirius on him. It's not easy to deal with him. If he's angered and uses the demonic Sirius, we won't be able to stop him." Yu Xiangtian explained, "The most important thing now is the selection of the demon sovereign successor. Once he becomes the successor, he will be taken away by the demon emperor to be personally trained and protected. This is a great honor and opportunity. Dealing with that brat is a small matter." "Xiangtian, do you really think that's a small matter?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in the meeting hall. Then, a huge face appeared in the air. "Greetings, Demon King Patian." Yu Patian was the other demon king of the Yu family. He was Yu Xiangtian's grandfather. He was also the father of the previous demon sovereign. The Yu family's 3 generations had produced 2 demon kings and 1 demon sovereign. It could be said that they were very honored. Because of this, they weren't willing to give up the position of demon sovereign. That was why they used such a sinister and cunning method to possess Ling Jiaojiao. Obtain Ling Jiaojiao's bloodline power. Everyone knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Only Yu Xiangtian stood there, cupping his hands. As a devil king, Yu Xiangtian still had this qualification. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Yu Xiangtian asked. "In the past few days, I've carefully observed that kid. He had the purest beast god blood. Moreover, the beast god's deity position was very likely to be a high-grade deity position. It was similar to Wang Quan and Tianming in the Eternal Emperor region. Naturally, it was the treasure of the Golden Sky region. If you really kill him, I'm afraid it will trigger a war between the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm and the Golden Heavenly region. At that time, our Yu family will be the first to bear the brunt. It was better to quickly send him away after he was done with his business. This is a hot potato," Yu Patian said coldly. "He's actually a high-ranked, divine beast god. No wonder this brat's father would bring him over from the western region." Yu Xiangtian felt that many of his previous doubts seemed to have suddenly been solved. An alchemy grandmaster and a beast god martial artist. No matter where he was a treasure. That's why don't provoke him. I don't think he's the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. If you don't provoke him, he won't cause trouble. Spend this period of time peacefully and treat him like a bodhisattva," Yu Patian said again. "Xiangtian understands." Yu Xiangtian nodded. He still suspected that Ling Xiao was Huang Jindi's illegitimate son. If that was the case, even if the demon sovereign was resurrected, their Yu family had 2 devil kings and 1 demon sovereign. They still couldn't provoke the Golden City. Huang Jindi alone could easily destroy their Yu family. The demon sovereign might not care about this kind of trouble, unless their Yu family could also give birth to a demon sovereign. But that was obviously too far away. It was impossible at the current stage. All right, you guys continue to discuss. This old man is going into seclusion. The big face quickly disappeared. Yu Xiangtian looked at everyone and said, "Remember, don't provoke Ling Xiao easily. Let him stay comfortably for a while, and then let him go." "Yes. Eccentric, your father has something important to do in the next few days. I'll leave the rest of the trivial matters to you. Wen Tian, Ding Tian, Lian Hua. The three of you must listen to Eccentric. What he said is what I mean." After speaking, Yu Xiangtian also disappeared. It seemed that the recent events had forced him to prepare early. If he really had to become enemies with the Golden City, he had to be prepared. At this time, Ling Xiao had already returned to his residence. "Thank you, Brother Ghost Sword. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have to use some extreme methods." Ghost Sword shook his head and said, "I have already said that I owe you, so I naturally have to repay it. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. If you need help, just ask. During this period of time, I will stay here until the Demon Sovereign's successor selection is over. This is also the task that Master gave me." "Brother Ghost Sword, please." Ling Xiao nodded, and Ghost Sword turned and left. "Ha ha ha, today is really cool. Look at those bastards of the Yu family. I really laughed to death." As soon as Ghost Sword left, Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't help but laugh. He was a straightforward person. He liked to take revenge and complain when there was a grudge. What he hated the most was naturally dawdling. Today's matter was very much to his liking. Teach them a lesson, and they will be able to restrain themselves. That's not what I'm worried about now. What I'm most afraid of is that they found out about Sister Jiao Jiao's current situation. If they know that I am helping Sister Jiao Jiao refine the Demon Sovereign soul, they will definitely stop me at all costs. I'm not afraid, but Sister Jiao Jiao is probably in danger." Ling Xiao said with a sullen face, "This is indeed a problem, but those fools are only staring at you, so they won't be able to detect it." Ancestor Scarlet Flame said, "I hope so. If they really find out, then we can only fight to the death. The demonic epiphyllum is used at this time." Although Ling Xiao hadn't used the demonic Sirius before, he could feel the terrifying energy and was contained within the demonic Sirius. Once used, it would be comparable to a divine body realm expert. At that time, he had to protect his sister Jiao Jiao, no matter what. "Oh, right, Sister Qinglian, Big Brother Scarlet Flame. Do you two have any martial skills that don't consume too much stamina for me? The 12 Divine Beast technique is very powerful, but it consumes a lot of stamina, and once I use it, others will know my identity as a beast god martial artist. It's too troublesome. It's okay to use it as a trump card at a critical time, but in a normal battle I really need a set of martial skills that match my cultivation. It's best if it's a 9th stage Emperor martial skill." Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Pinnacle Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 4242. I do have this, but it might not be suitable for you, young master. I've cultivated a set of rank 9 Emperor level martial skills. Young master can take a look at it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was not stingy at all. Then he immediately demonstrated his 9th level Emperor grade martial skill. Ling Xiao shook his head. It wasn't that Ancestor Scarlet Flame's martial skill wasn't weak, but it wasn't very suitable for him. What he liked more was sword skills. Therefore, if he could cultivate sword skills, he would try his best not to cultivate anything else. He already had the heaven-covering palm seal as an auxiliary martial skill. Then the main offensive martial skill should be sword skills. I do have a set of rank 9 Emperor level sword skills, but because I'm a woman, the female sword skills are too feminine. I don't know if they're suitable for you. The Green Lotus swordswoman also demonstrated her sword skills. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. It still didn't work. Since he wanted to cultivate, He naturally had to choose the most suitable one. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. There was the heaven-covering palm seal and the 12 divine beast technique, plus the beast god's special skill. It was enough for him to deal with the enemy. This sort of thing, like martial techniques, it indeed still depended on fate. It's a pity that we left in a hurry this time. All right, how about we go find the Fire Emperor? Ancestor Scarlet Flame suddenly said, "Doesn't the Fire Emperor still owe you a condition?" "Good idea." Ling Xiao slammed the table and immediately stood up. "Let's go." In any case, he had nothing else to do during this period of time other than helping Ling Jiaojiao refine the soul of the demon Venerable. As long as there was a way to strengthen himself, he was willing to do it. The three of them went out and went straight to the inn where the Fire Emperor was staying. It was unknown if it was because Ling Xiao's performance today had intimidated the Yu family. When they left, they didn't see any form of surveillance from the Yu family. They probably didn't dare to do so. After all, Ling Xiao had Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus, Sword Maiden, by his side. If they were discovered and offended Ling Xiao, Yu Qilian wouldn't let them off. Now, everyone in the Yu family followed Yu Xiangtian and Yu Potion's instructions and adopted a strategy of avoiding Ling Xiao. They tried their best not to provoke him. Ling Xiao and the others soon met the Fire Emperor. He listened to Ling Xiao's request. The Fire Emperor smiled and said, "You came at the right time. I do have a sword technique that is very suitable for you." It was called the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords. This sword skill was a 9th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. The higher one's cultivation level, the more powerful it would be. The highest one could reach was the peak of 9th Order Emperor Realm. Normally, any peak Heavenly Core Warrior would be able to cultivate it. However, one's physical strength must be at least at the peak of the 8th Order Emperor Realm. Then give it to me, and our second condition will be eliminated. Ling Xiao said excitedly. This thing was perfect for him. Don't be hasty. The 23 Dragon Subduing Swords that I mentioned is not in my possession. The Flame King added. You're taking a long breath. You might as well not have said anything. Ling Xiao said helplessly. Young man, no matter what you do, don't be impatient. But this old man knows where it is. The Fire Emperor said with a smile. Just yesterday, the Golden City sent us a secret letter. It said that someone had stolen the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords from the Golden City and fled to the Fengdu City. The Golden City wants us to take back the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords and kill this man. I don't think this man is weak. If not, how could he have stolen the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords from the Golden City? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, No, you're wrong. This man's cultivation is only at the late Heavenly Core Realm. The reason why he was able to enter the Golden City's Golden Ancient Records Tower is because he isn't strong. 20 years ago, he became a servant there, and he was responsible for cleaning the place. The reason he hid for 20 years was for the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords. After he got it, he ran away. The Fire Emperor shook his head and said, If you can kill this guy, then I'll give you the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords for free. If the higher-ups ask me about it, I have my own ways to deal with it. Anyway, just give me that guy's head. Really? Really? Then what are we waiting for? Give me this man's portrait. I'll go look for him now. Ling Xiao said impatiently. Don't worry. I'll give you the portrait later. But I have to remind you of something. Don't underestimate your enemy. The Fire Emperor reminded. Just like how you can defeat a perfect Heavenly Core Warrior with your mid-earth core cultivation base. This guy has been hiding for 20 years. He also has the ability to do so. Although he's not as strong as you, killing a perfect Heavenly Core Warrior is just like playing around. When this guy left the Golden City, he killed many of his colleagues. There are a lot of Heavenly Core Warriors. He's a cruel and merciless man, killing people like cutting grass. When ordinary warriors see him, they will be frightened by his killing intent. You can't underestimate him. Junior understands. Ling Xiao nodded his head seriously. He had really underestimated his enemy just now. He could even defeat a perfect heavenly core warrior, so why should he be afraid of a mere late heavenly core warrior? But after being reminded by the Fire Emperor, he became more cautious. It's good that you understand. This is the portrait. His name is Yu Biao. Yu Biao. Don't tell me he's from the Yu family? Ling Xiao said with a shocked expression. That's right, he is from the Yu family, and he has a high status in the Yu family. I heard that the 23 dragon subduing swords contains a secret left behind by the ancestors of the Yu family. Only cultivators can find out about it. This is the real reason why he stole the 23 dragon subduing swords. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. It seems like I'm fated to meet the Yu family, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. All right, let's go. I need to go out as well. The four of us will split up and look for this guy in all four directions. Whoever finds him will kill him. The Fire Emperor then arranged the four men to look for different directions. Ling Xiao was impatient, so he left first. Ancestor Scarlet Flame complained, My uncle, why are you not worried about our young master going out on an adventure alone? The Yu family has their eyes on him right now. Besides, this Yu Biao is not an ordinary heavenly core warrior. When he gets angry, I think even an extreme core warrior would be afraid of him. What are you afraid of? He's in charge of the East. The East is a busy city. That Yu Biao brought the 23 dragon subduing swords back. I'm sure he wants to find a place to cultivate. He won't easily choose a busy city. If he bumps into someone from the Yu family, the good stuff won't belong to him anymore. That's true. Ancestor Scarlet Flame nodded his head, finally feeling a little better. Actually, why are you two so worried about him? The way I see it, that kid only knows how to make others suffer, but he definitely won't suffer. Yu Biao is really unlucky to bump into him, the Fire Emperor said with a smile. Right at this moment, a commotion came from outside. A man pushed open the door and walked in. He was one of the Fire Emperor's men. Reporting to the Fire Emperor, something has happened. That Yu Biao is harder to deal with than we thought. He's very cunning. A few of our peak heavenly core warriors have been killed by him. What? Hearing this, the Fire Emperor was shocked. As for Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, they were deeply worried. Yu Biao was able to injure a peak heavenly core warrior. It seemed like he was not someone easy to deal with. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 42-43. Where did he go? The Fire Emperor asked. We fought him in the west just now. Right now, he should have gone to the downtown area in the east. I wonder what his goal is. The man answered. Damn it! Ancestor Scarlet Flame was speechless. Fire Emperor. Oh, Fire Emperor, you jinx! Green Lotus, let's go. He was really worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao, so he left with Green Lotus, Sword Girl, towards the east. Perhaps for the Fire Emperor, Ling Xiao was a friend worth making. But for Green Lotus, Sword Girl, and Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Ling Xiao was a young lord that they had to protect. He was their benefactor. Let me go and have a look as well. The Fire Emperor gently shook his head. Although this Yu Biao's cultivation wasn't high, his combat results were excellent. When they were escaping from the Golden City, he had killed 12 late Heavenly Core Warriors and 7 peak Heavenly Core Warriors. He had even injured an early-stage peak Heavenly Core Warrior. Although he had no idea how this guy did it, but he was sure that he had some powerful skills. The Fire Emperor could only blame himself for being too careless. He didn't think of this. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the mid-Earth core realm. Although he could kill enemies with a higher cultivation level, but it was still dangerous. If Ling Xiao was really killed, the Fire Emperor would have no place to hide his face. This old fool tricked me. After arriving in the east, Ling Xiao immediately realized the Fire Emperor's intention. This place was a downtown area. What Yu Biao needed right now was peace. As long as one had a normal brain, they wouldn't have come here. If he stayed here, he definitely wouldn't be able to meet Yu Biao. Sigh, but this old fool is taking good care of me. Looks like he really cherishes talents. Too bad. I, Ling Xiao, already have a master in alchemy. If not, I could really have a master-disciple relationship with you. Just as he was about to leave the east and try his luck in another place, suddenly he saw a figure from the corner of his eyes. Yu Biao! He exclaimed in his mind. He didn't expect to meet Yu Biao here. He took a deep breath. Then he carefully chased after the figure. The black figure didn't seem to realize that he was being watched. He was still walking at a leisurely pace. Ling Xiao was a little excited. Although Yu Biao was just a late heavenly core warrior, he gave Jiang Qin an even scarier feeling than Yufeng. His palms were sweating profusely. However, he had encountered extreme core realm martial artists before, so he had nothing to fear from Yu Biao. Along the way, the other party didn't change his footsteps at all. Clearly, he hadn't noticed him. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, but just as he quickened his pace, he suddenly realized that Yu Biao's figure had disappeared. Even with the Taiji eye, he was unable to lock onto the other party's figure. F***CK. He was indeed a difficult character to deal with. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he had been tricked. It wasn't that the other party didn't notice him. Rather, he had noticed him long ago and was just pretending not to notice him. By the time he realized it, only then did he realize that it was a dead end. The surrounding walls were extremely high. However, no amount of scheming could compare to strength in the end. Ling Xiao sneered. Yu Biao, Yu Biao. If it were anyone else, they would only have two choices in this situation. One would choose to leave, and the other would choose to fight. But no matter which choice I made, I would still be tricked by you. But I'm different. Holding his breath, he stood there quietly and closed his eyes. His soul force spread out like tentacles. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the shadow warrior form. The reason why he didn't enter just now was because he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. But now, he chose to transform into the shadow warrior form. It was because the poisonous snake had come out of its hole. Right when he entered the darkness, a bright light shot out from a dark corner. If Ling Xiao hadn't chosen to transform into the shadow warrior form just now, he would have been hit by the poisonous dart. The poisonous dart was coated with a deadly poison, and this deadly poison was something that even heavenly core warriors would be wary of. No wonder Yu Biao could kill so many heavenly core warriors. This guy had been treacherous since ancient times, and he was ruthless. Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine, even though he was in the darkness. This Yu Biao didn't waste any time talking. He just killed him straight away. Compared to the opponents Ling Xiao had met in the past, he was much stronger. No wonder he was called Yu Biao. He was really strong. But since I've dodged your deadly attack, you'll be the next unlucky one. Ling Xiao had already located Yu Biao's location. While in the shadow warrior form, he still dashed out with great speed. Yu Biao was being very cautious. After the sneak attack, he immediately left. It seemed like he was looking for the next sneak attack, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's reaction to be so fast, and he didn't expect it either. Ling Xiao was much harder to deal with than he had expected. Hell's Shadow Strike! Suddenly, a sword beam pierced towards Yu Biao from the darkness. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would have been able to hit a warrior who was much stronger than him with a surprise attack like this. However, this time he failed. Yu Biao's reaction was extremely fast. It could even be said that he seemed to have predicted the danger in advance, and his figure flashed. His figure flickered, and he easily dodged Ling Xiao's fatal attack. The most important thing was that Yu Biao didn't just dodge. While dodging, he released dozens of poisonous darts out of nowhere. They enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Good fellow, you're really a difficult opponent. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. His arm was hit by a poisonous dart, but he dodged all the poisonous darts that followed. if it wasn't for his strong physical body. Even if one of the poisonous darts hit him, he would have died. He was really powerful. Good fellow, I was wondering why you dared to find trouble with me with your little cultivation. It turns out that you're practicing some kind of body refining technique. My poisonous darts can't hurt you. Yu Biao stood on the wall and looked down at Ling Xiao. His cunning face caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Ling Xiao had seen many difficult opponents, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Yu Biao. This guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It would definitely be a tough battle, but thinking about it, he was able to endure for 20 years to clean for others. Those who finally escaped from the Golden City wouldn't be able to do it if they didn't have this ability. You're a person who doesn't talk nonsense, so I guess you must have launched another attack. Falling plumb clear, shadow step. What kind of person had what kind of fighting method? Dealing with such a cunning guy, Ling Xiao wouldn't be the slightest bit careless. Yu Biao suddenly stopped talking, and he felt that something was wrong. So he immediately used falling plumb, clear shadow step. Sure enough, in the next moment, a black shadow jumped out from the corner of the wall. The cold light of the dagger bloomed and directly stabbed at the place where he was just now. Phantom doppelganger? This is the favorite method of your heavenly demon, ghost tribe assassins. But it's useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered, and the falling plum clear shadow had already stabbed at Yu Biao. Yu Biao's figure retreated quickly. He disappeared into the darkness. He also disappeared. It's really tricky, but this kind of opponent is the real challenge. I feel that the energy in my sea of cultivation, which has been stagnant for a long time, is surging crazily again. All the cells in Ling Xiao's body were in a state of tension. His potential cells were naturally the same. This was actually a good thing for him. End of chapter. Chapter 40-44. Yu Biao was really good at hiding himself, but unfortunately he had bumped into Ling Xiao. It was like a PK master bumping into a R&B player. No matter how good your skills were, your opponent could still defeat you with a single piece of equipment. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I had seen through Yu Biao's hiding, but he pretended not to notice. Ling Xiao knew how to play dirty too. He wasn't a kid who had just come out to train. Yu Biao thought he had succeeded. All of a sudden, he appeared and tried to assassinate Ling Xiao. But just as he was about to attack, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced through his throat. I've been waiting for you. Right when his throat was pierced, Yu Biao suddenly threw something out. Smoke immediately filled the air, and even the Tai Chi eye couldn't be used. You're really cunning. How did you manage to survive? Ling Xiao was surprised. Normally, once a warrior's throat was pierced through, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But this Yu Biao was different. He actually thought of a way to deal with it. Yu Biao, who had disappeared into the darkness, was panting heavily. He had a treasure with him that could completely hide his aura. Any warriors below the divine physique realm would never be able to discover him. But the problem was, with this treasure he couldn't move. He could only stay where he was. Right now he was terrified and shocked. He had even killed a few perfect heavenly core warriors. But today he had bumped into a monster. He was only at the mid-earth core realm. But the strength he displayed was much stronger than any perfect heavenly core warrior he had ever met. But the most troublesome thing was, this guy was extremely calm and cunning. He was on par with Yu Biao. Yu Biao was able to win every battle because of his cunning and cunning. But it didn't work on this guy. Damn it. What should he do? He wanted to escape, but as long as he exposed himself, that guy would never let him go. Should he wait here? But with his injuries, if he kept waiting, he would still die in the end. Also, the Golden City's pursuers had arrived. He had to make a choice. Yu Biao gritted his teeth. Aren't you looking for the 23 dragon subduing swords? Fine, I'll make you hesitate. Yu Biao revealed himself. However, he was holding a secret manual in his hand. It was the original copy of the 23 dragon subduing swords. There was only one such book in the world. As for the rest, they were all derived sword techniques. Although they retained the essence of the original, they had all been modified. It was definitely not the original flavor. Brat, you chased me so hard for this, didn't you? Why don't you guess what will happen if I destroy it? Yu Biao said coldly. Didn't you painstakingly hide for 20 years just for this set of martial arts? Destroy it? Then your 20 years of hard work will be wasted. Can you bear to do that? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to know that I dare to destroy it. That's enough. Yu Biao said coldly. Oh, I see. You've already memorized its contents, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Humph. Yu Biao snorted coldly and didn't answer. Ling Xiao knew that he had guessed correctly. Therefore, a smile bloomed on his face. As long as you've memorized it, it's fine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Suddenly, he stepped on the ground and streaked across the void like a bolt of lightning. He instantly appeared in front of Yu Biao. Yu Biao responded in a panic. This guy was clearly seriously injured and bleeding nonstop. However, his reaction was still very agile. To deal with this kind of person, a sure kill skill could only be used at a critical moment. Otherwise, it would definitely be avoided. Therefore, Ling Xiao had been using normal attacks to deal with his opponent. His physical body was very strong, and he forced Yu Biao to retreat. He was like a small boat in the sea, floating here and there, although he wasn't fatally injured for the time being. However, as long as he had the slightest bit of carelessness, he would definitely be killed. Most importantly, he had already used up all the healing pills he had on him. At this time, his injuries couldn't be healed. He could only watch as his injuries continued to worsen. Even if it was him, there would be a time when his blood would run dry. Why? Why is this happening? Aren't you doing this for the 23 dragon subduing swords? You don't believe that I will destroy it, right? Yu Biao indeed couldn't bear to destroy it because there were other secrets related to the Yu family in the 23 dragon subduing swords. However, at this time, Ling Xiao was pushing him too hard. He didn't have the slightest hesitation. He gritted his teeth and directly destroyed the book. However, Yu Biao didn't see the scene he wanted to see. Ling Xiao didn't even bat an eyelid. He was still attacking wildly. Chi! Finally, his movements slowed down. He was stabbed by Ling Xiao again. Damn it, I can't accept this. Yu Biao gritted his teeth and released his martial soul. Then he finally used the 23 dragon subduing swords that he had just learned. He was going to fight with his life, because in his impression, a kid like Ling Xiao hadn't killed many people. He was still very afraid of death. How could there be a desperado like him? As long as he could injure Ling Xiao, he would have a way to kill Ling Xiao. A dragon has already reached the power of a beginner 9th level martial skill of the Emperor level. This 23 dragon subduing swords is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. When his opponent used a big move, his instantaneous movement speed would be slowed down. This was the opportunity to determine the winner. He didn't hesitate at all. Blood Sky Drilling Rat, 9 Heavens Ice Dragon, Flying Flame Lion. The 3 divine beasts merged into one and roared as they collided with the sword energy that had turned into a divine dragon. Seeing this attack, Yu Biao's expression changed greatly. His opponent's momentum was like a monstrous wave, but also like a towering mountain pressing down. It actually made him feel as if there was nowhere to hide, The air around him seemed to be confined. He couldn't move at all. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to pour all his strength into the 23 dragon subduing swords. For a fugitive, he had no choice. The result of being cornered was not to surrender, but to fight desperately. Boom! It was as if 2 mountains had collided with each other. When the 2 sword energies collided, a loud explosion sounded out on the street. But Ling Xiao had already unleashed his martial soul barrier. He didn't want anyone to know about this. No matter what, Yu Biao was still a spy for the Yu family. If the Yu family found out that he had killed Yu Biao, they wouldn't let him off easily. After all, 20 years of anticipation had been destroyed in just one day. For the Yu family, this was a heavy blow. When the two forces collided, Ling Xiao's body couldn't help but fly back a dozen steps. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. His blood and qi were boiling inside his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't completely suppress his opponent with the attack just now. This Yu Biao didn't just look cunning. His strength was comparable to a perfect heavenly core warrior. Of course, compared to him, Yu Biao's face was as if he had just lost his parents. He was sent flying, but Yu Biao's entire body went limp on the ground. Many of his bones had been broken. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 42-45. Yu Biao stared at Ling Xiao with a terrified expression. A ninth-order emperor martial skill. Who are you? Why do you have such a terrifying attack? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Biao with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter who I am. Actually, I don't have any grudges against you. If you had handed over the 23 dragon subduing swords obediently from the beginning, I would have. Maybe I would have considered letting you live. But now that's impossible. Yu Biao's expression became uglier and uglier, and his life force was rapidly draining from his body. Even if a divine core warrior's inner core wasn't destroyed, he could still be resurrected. But once the body was destroyed, the inner core would become extremely weak. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's attack just now had actually damaged Yu Biao's inner core. Can I ask you a question? I've destroyed the 23 dragon subduing swords. What's the point of killing me? Yu Biao asked. What's the point? I'll tell you now. Demonic Eye of Heaven, Soul Demon. The power of this soul demon was even more terrifying than the soul catcher. Not only did it have the ability to soul catcher, it could also obtain part of the target's memories. It could also leave a mark on the target's soul. It could also turn the target into its puppet. Ling Xiao unleashed the demonic eye's ability. Yu Biao's expression instantly became dull. Ling Xiao started searching for the secrets of the 23 dragon subduing swords through the soul demon. Got it. Yu Biao's memory was incredible. He had actually memorized every single word of the 23 dragon subduing swords. After Ling Xiao absorbed this memory, he could not help being overjoyed. The 23 dragon subduing swords could reach the level of a 9th order emperor martial skill. Currently, he was only a mid-earth core warrior. He could definitely use it for a very long time. Besides the 23 dragon subduing swords, he also found something interesting from Yu Biao's memories. It was about the Yu family. Yu Biao was actually Yu Xiangtian's son, his biological son. Yu Xiangtian was really generous. He actually sent his own son to the Golden City as a spy. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away. Ling Xiao immediately became alert. He was on high alert. Who is it? The rustling sound once again. Then, a masked man in black walked out of the darkness. Ling Xiao felt that this person was much more terrifying than Yu Biao. His strength was at least in the core fragmentation realm. However, the aura was very unfamiliar, so it shouldn't be anyone from the Yu family that Ling Xiao had seen before. Your Excellency is also an expert. Why are you acting so sneakily? What are your intentions? Ling Xiao was not afraid of this person. He could feel that Green Lotus Swordswoman and Forefather Scarlet Flame were already nearby. The Fire Emperor's aura was also rapidly approaching. That person sneered and didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. It was so fast that Ling Xiao had almost no time to react. At this critical moment, a sword light pierced over from afar. At the same time, there was also a blazing flame. If the other party wanted to attack Ling Xiao, then they would have to endure these two attacks. Brat, consider yourself lucky. that person waved his hand. He rolled up Yu Biao's body and fled. Boom! The moment that person left, the attack had already landed. A deep pit was blasted out on the ground. "Young master, are you all right?" The two of them asked. "I'm fine, let's go back." Ling Xiao didn't intend to pursue, because he had already used the demonic eye of the demonic eye. Yu Biao survived, but he was only his puppet. The masked man bringing Yu Biao back was exactly what he wanted. "Aren't you going to chase?" "No." Ling Xiao shook his head and leaped away. The loud noise here had alarmed many people, so it was not a place to stay for long. On the way, they met the Fire Emperor, so they returned to the inn together. "Thank goodness you guys came. Otherwise it would have been troublesome." After Ling Xiao sat down, he said to the three of them, "Yes, although that Yu Biao's cultivation isn't high, his strength is indeed very strong. He's very difficult to deal with." The Fire Emperor said. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about Yu Biao. Although Yu Biao is difficult to deal with, it's not to the extent that we can't deal with him. The troublesome one is the black-clothed man. I can feel his aura. He's at least in the core fragmentation realm. He might even be stronger, and it's not anyone I've met before. The Yu family is a big family. Maybe he's an expert who just came back from outside." The Fire Emperor thought for a moment and said, "Maybe." Ling Xiao also thought so, but it was because of this that he felt more dangerous. In the future, if the Yu family wanted to kill him, they could send someone from the Yu family that he had never seen before. As long as it didn't involve the Yu family, it seemed that he couldn't go out easily during this period of time. But he needed someone to help him practice the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Yu family, this matter started because of you. Just as well, I'll use the Yu family as an example. I'll let you be my sparring partners." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He already had an idea in his mind. The cultivation of martial skills wasn't difficult for him, but if he wanted to improve, he had to find someone to fight continuously. Ordinary sparring wouldn't do. It had to be a real battle. It's a pity that Yu Biao destroyed the original copy of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Ling Xiao sighed. If it's destroyed, then so be it. The Golden City doesn't lack such martial skills. The reason why they wanted to kill Yu Biao was because he offended the dignity of the Golden City. Do you understand? He shouldn't have lied to the Golden City, and he shouldn't have killed so many people. The Fire Emperor waved his hand, not caring at all. If that's the case, I should have no problem practicing the 23 dragon-subduing swords, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Didn't you say it was destroyed? How are you going to learn it? The Fire Emperor was a little surprised. Ling Xiao pointed at his head and said, "The book was destroyed, but the contents are still in my mind." "You're really good, kid. You actually have such a good memory. Forget it. This is what you deserve. It's a pity that I don't know if Yu Biao is really dead. Otherwise, I can report to the Golden City." The Fire Emperor was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Ling Xiao really surprised him. "Thank you, Fire Emperor, but this isn't a condition that you owe me. Also, I can confirm that Yu Biao is really dead." Ling Xiao smiled cunningly. No, of course not. You got this by killing Yu Biao. If you didn't say it, this old man wouldn't know." The Fire Emperor waved his hand and said, "This old man won't take advantage of you, but this old man is confused. How do you know that Yu Biao is definitely dead? That guy is very cunning. He relied on pretending to be dead to injure an ultimate core realm expert. The reason is a secret, but if I say he's dead, then he's dead. You can absolutely believe this," Ling Xiao said with certainty. "All right, this old man believes you. I'll write a report to the Golden City. You guys should also go back. If you're out for too long, the Yu family will probably say that you're up to something again." The Fire Emperor trusted Ling Xiao very much. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Ling Xiao never spoke empty words. Ling Xiao and the other two bid farewell to the Fire Emperor and returned to the Yu family. Although they might be monitored if they stayed in the Yu family, they were closer to Jiao Jiao. However, he was also closer to Ling Jiao Jiao. If anything happened, he could deal with it as soon as possible. This was Ling Zhao's choice. End of chapter. Chapter 42-46. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao began to study the 23 dragon subduing swords. The 23 dragon subduing swords could be used in close combat and in mid-range. It could be said that it was very comprehensive. Among all the 9th level martial skills of the Emperor level, it was a very top one. In mid-range attacks, it could release the dragon subduing sword chi. After cultivating the 23 dragon subduing sword chi, its power was endless. The scene was also very spectacular. Often, before the attack arrived, the enemy would be intimidated by the momentum. In close combat, the 23 swords were like torrential water, endless, and each sword was stronger than the last. Every sword had the power of the divine dragon's roar. If the enemy couldn't stop your combo, then when you used the last sword, he would lose without a doubt, because at that time, the power would have soared to the terrifying level of the 10th level of the Emperor level, surpassing the original level of this martial skill. Compared to mid-range attacks, it was more lethal and oppressive. This was really an excellent sword skill. The more Ling Xiao looked at it, the more he liked it. What the Fire Emperor said is right. This sword skill is indeed very suitable for me. It's very domineering and it's a sword skill. It seems that the risk this time is absolutely worth it. Ling Xiao roughly went through the content of the 23 dragon subduing swords. It wasn't long, but every sentence seemed to be the essence. People with average comprehension would really not be able to understand. The most wonderful thing was that the 23 dragon subduing swords could be changed according to one's characteristics. For example, the dragon subduing sword chi could be attached with different attributes. Ling Xiao had the immemorial hell dragon, immemorial natural dragon, and immemorial 5 elements dragon in his body. These 3 immemorial divine dragons could all be turned into dragons subduing sword chi. They released completely different attacks. In addition, the bloodline power of the immemorial Golden Dragon King could also be transformed into attacks, although it was not as strong as the divine dragon's own attack. Compared to ordinary people using the 23 dragon subduing swords, it was of course much stronger. This was the dragon subduing sword chi. When it came to close combat, Ling Zhao's speed and physical body were top-notch among his peers. With the 23 dragon subduing swords, it was very easy to achieve combo. If it was used together with the 12 divine beast technique, his battle prowess would be greatly improved. It could be said that this thing was simply tailor-made for him. Actually, this 23 dragon subduing swords was created by your grandfather, Hong Qi. Green Lotus swordswoman suddenly said, "Your grandfather's age is probably much older than you think." He had once fled for his life when his cultivation had dropped drastically, facing the attack of the dragon descendant. With great willpower and great perseverance, he displayed the 23 dragon subduing swords. Kill the dragonkin. When the yellow emperor of that generation passed by and saw it, he memorized this sword technique and carried it forward. Even we didn't know about this in the past. We only saw some records in the ancient books. It was said that before the previous emperor ascended the throne, he was traveling outside. One day he witnessed a battle between experts and comprehended the 23 dragon subduing swords. Later on, your grandfather also mentioned this matter and even laughed, saying that it was a sword technique that he had casually displayed. It actually became the treasure of the City of Gold. If this old man is so powerful, why didn't he teach me martial arts back then? Ling Xiao said grumpily. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus, swordswoman, smiled awkwardly. Green Lotus swordswoman said, "That's because you don't understand his state of mind at that time. He had already become a cripple, and his heart was like dead ashes. He just wanted to raise you. He didn't even want you to practice martial arts. If it weren't for your stimulation, he wouldn't have been able to muster up the courage to cultivate again. But even so, didn't he give you something that you would be proud of for the rest of your life? Ling Xiao thought of the Tyrant martial soul. It was the original mountain river martial soul. It was Hong Qi who had unintentionally given it to him. It was hard to say whether it was unintentional or intentional. However, he really didn't have the right to complain about the old man. If the old man hadn't given him this thing, he wouldn't have been able to fly out of that remote village and achieve what he had today. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. I'd better cultivate this 23 dragon-subduing swords first. Ling Xiao was a person who couldn't stay idle. This trip was for this 23 dragon-subduing swords. Since he had obtained it, he had to cultivate it steadily. 23 dragon-subduing swords naturally had 23 moves. The first 9 moves were formed to target the enemy's dragon descendants' attacks. Therefore, it was very targeted. The last 14 moves were sublimated. They were special and even more brilliant. They even absorbed the characteristics of the dragon descendants' attacks. The first move was piercing dragon's eye. The second move was destroying dragon's horn. The third move was breaking dragon's scales. The fourth move was piercing dragon's skin. The fifth move was piercing dragon's bones. The sixth move was pulling dragon's tendons. The seventh move was crushing dragon's flesh. The eighth move was destroying dragon's heart. The ninth move was killing dragon descendant. The first 9 moves and the last 14 moves were also cultivated separately. Only by mastering the first 9 moves could one understand the true meaning of the last 14 moves. The rest of the cultivation time was relatively simple. Although the 23 dragon-subduing swords was extremely difficult to cultivate, Yu Biao had obtained the 23 dragon-subduing swords for an entire year before he comprehended the first move. Its power was already so terrifying. It was enough to show how difficult this cultivation was. However, Ling Xiao was always a guy who would give him a headache, even if it was difficult. Yu Biao spent a year to comprehend the first move, piercing dragon's eye. He actually only used 10 minutes to comprehend it. When the Azure Lotus Swordswoman and the Scarlet Flame Patriarch saw this, they were simply shocked. This was definitely not a mortal. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed be so fast? Although he had just started. But 10 minutes? Even the Yellow Emperor probably couldn't do it. It was no wonder that Hong Qi would introduce such a genius to the two of them. They originally thought that Hong Qi wanted them to protect Ling Xiao. But from the looks of it today, it might be the opposite. Hong Qi's intention was to let them follow Ling Xiao and bask in his glory. After successfully cultivating the first move, piercing dragon's eye, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate the second move. This time, he comprehended it even faster than the first move. It actually only took 8 minutes. Perhaps it was because it was still the same, just like that in less than an hour. Ling Xiao had actually completely comprehended the first 9 moves. What he had to do next was to master the first 9 moves, cultivate to the transcendent realm. Then its power would reach the level of a high 9th rank Emperor Realm Martial skill. After that, he couldn't cultivate it for the time being. In the end, it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. If his comprehension was high enough, but his cultivation level was not high enough, forcefully cultivating it would only cause him to be injured. At the very least, he had to reach the heavenly core realm before he could cultivate the last 14 moves. But even so, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. The names of each move of the 23 dragon, subduing, swords sounded simple, but it was full of wisdom. Because it was a sword skill created during a battle, it was more practical. Although the scene was spectacular, the moves were actually very simple and direct. There were no fancy moves. This was also the way he liked to fight. Direct enough, domineering enough. There was no need to beat around the bush. He strived for the strongest lethality and didn't care about the form. This way, he could make fewer mistakes in battle and save more true yuan and stamina. Chapter 42-47. Young Lord, why do you think the heavens created such a monster like you? With you around, I don't even have the face to continue living. The first 9 moves of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Even now, I still haven't figured out the first move. You, on the other hand, have already learned all 9 moves. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sighed. I've only just started. If I really want these 9 moves to be effective, I still have to reach the small success realm. Therefore, I have to let those guys from the Yu family find trouble with me. Ling Xiao laughed. Young lord, others find it troublesome, but you don't find it troublesome enough. Ancestor Scarlet Flame smiled bitterly. There's no other way. My cultivation method is to fight. Constant fighting. Whether it's cultivation, physical strength, or martial skills, I need to constantly fight in order to truly cultivate successfully. Ling Xiao grinned. Moreover, he also liked to fight. Therefore, he was suitable for the martial artist profession. This chaotic world was also suitable for him. I think there's no need for young lord to find trouble. Someone will find trouble with you, although the higher-ups of the Yu family strictly ordered not to provoke you. But they didn't explain why. With the character of those young people, it's absolutely impossible for them to obey this ban. If young lord acts more arrogant, then this troublesome matter will naturally come to fruition. Green Lotus swordswoman laughed. That's true, but I have to go out and give them a chance to find trouble. Ling Xiao smiled and stood up. He was preparing to drink some tea and go out to find trouble. Sooner or later, he would have to fight with the Yu family. Therefore, it would be more advantageous for him to kill a few more of the Yu family's geniuses now. At the same time, in a room in the Yu family's mansion, Yu Dingtian looked at the people in the room with a gloomy expression. His son Yu Qin was killed by Ling Xiao. Yu Feng's physical body was destroyed by Ling Xiao. Now he could only lie in the petri dish and live. The higher-ups asked him to give up on provoking Ling Xiao. He couldn't do it. Tell me, what method do you have to make Ling Xiao seek death? Yu Dingtian said coldly. The people sitting in this room were all members of their bloodline, including Yulwan. Therefore, he was not afraid that someone would leak the secret. Third Patriarch, I have an idea. Someone suddenly said. Speak. Yu Dingtian said coldly. As long as your method works, I can agree to one of your requests. Actually, it's nothing. Doesn't our Yu family have a forbidden area? Even if a member of the Yu family entered that place, they would have their legs broken as punishment. Ling Xiao definitely didn't know. When the time comes, all we need to do is to do this, and that will be it. That person's words were repeatedly praised by everyone who heard it. King Treacherous. As long as Ling Xiao entered the forbidden area, even Demon King Skybreaker and Demon King Shangtian would not let this kid go. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to make Ling Xiao suffer. At the very least, he would destroy his physical body like his son Yufeng. Good. That's a good idea. But how are you going to trick Ling Xiao into entering the forbidden area? Yu Dingtian asked. Leave this matter to me. Yu Luan smiled faintly. All right, I'll leave it to you. After drinking tea for a while, he rested for a moment. He felt that his physical strength had almost recovered. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and was about to walk outside. However, because of the matter with the black-clothed masked man, Ling Xiao was now more vigilant. He directly let Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus swordswoman stay in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. In this way, if any danger happened, the 2 experts would be able to help in time. After he went out, he saw a few sneaky figures near his residence. When these people saw him coming out, they all avoided him. It was as if they were avoiding the plague. From the looks of it, the battle where he defeated Yufeng had really exposed his combat prowess. As a result, those who were weaker than Yufeng didn't dare to find trouble with him. At the very least, no one dared to come alone. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao had Green Lotus swordswoman and ancestor Scarlet Flame by his side. Their strength was even stronger than you, Wentian. Who would dare to provoke them? Unless the two Demon King-level powerhouses appeared. Otherwise, Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted in the Yu family. Of course, fear was just fear. The more afraid they were, the more they hated and hated him. They hated that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao to defend the dignity of the Yu family. Ling Xiao looked at these people with disdain. They were all trash with evil intentions, but no guts. I gave you a chance to kill me, but you didn't dare to do it. Useless things. And suddenly, he sensed a dangerous aura approaching him. Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. The place where he stood just now had at least 4 attacks. The stairs were shattered by the attacks. He raised his head and looked. 4 masked warriors had appeared at the place where no one was. Since when did the Yu family have so many powerful warriors? Although these 4 men are only at the late heavenly core realm, in terms of combat strength, they aren't any weaker than Yu Feng. They are all experienced veterans. Who are you? Why are you hiding your faces? Are you afraid of being too ugly? Ling Xiao stood there and said with a faint smile on his face. His opponents were strong, but he wasn't weak either. After the fight with Yu Biao, not only did he obtain the 23 dragon subduing swords, most importantly, the energy in his cultivation had been increased to 100%. He needed a hearty battle to advance to the next level. Just when he was about to doze off, someone came to give him a pillow. He was really happy about this. The 4 masked men didn't waste any time talking. They directly charged towards Ling Xiao. They gave Ling Xiao a lot of pressure from 4 different directions. Attacking without wasting any time. Looks like you guys are the secret forces of the Yu family. But attacking just to kill me, aren't you afraid that your secret forces will be exposed to the public? Ling Xiao said as he dodged the attacks, because he wasn't familiar with their fighting style. Therefore, he had to observe the situation first. He was fast enough. Even when he was attacked by 4 men at the same time, he was still able to dodge with ease. Of course, he couldn't help but praise them. Facing these 4 men at the same time, he couldn't afford to be careless. He immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly mouse. He also took out the golden sword. He planned to practice the 23 dragon subduing swords. Dazzling form. A sword aura pierced through the air. The sword aura was like a divine dragon. It rushed towards one of them. But because it was only at the beginner level, its attack power was very weak. That person casually raised his hand and blocked it. But even so, blocking this attack made that person stop attacking and have to adjust his breathing. Obviously, his chi and blood were a little messy. Interesting 23 dragon subduing swords. It's only at the beginner level, but it's already so powerful. Once it reaches the lower level, it'll be even stronger. Therefore, he repeatedly used the first 9 forms to fight. He kept accumulating experience. The 4 men on the opposite side were also attacking wildly. The 5 figures fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. They even fell into the lake and were still fighting. Unknowingly, there were many small wounds on Ling Xiao's body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website. M. Chapter 42-48. Ling Xiao's physical body was very strong, but these people were not ordinary masters, and the weapons in their hands were also very powerful. It was inevitable that they would be injured, but this kind of injury was almost the same as a mosquito bite. It was really meaningless. The other party also applied poison, but the poison was useless to Ling Xiao. It was completely transformed into nutrition for the Hell Hydra. After a chaotic battle, the 5 people suddenly stopped. The 4 people opposite them were a little out of breath, and Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. In terms of physical strength and vital essence, he was much stronger than the other party. So even if it was 1 against 4, he still had the advantage. Retreat. Seeing that they couldn't take down Ling Xiao after a long time, the 4 people wanted to retreat. You come and go as you wish. Do you think this is your home? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Since you're here, don't leave. All of you go to hell. 4 Dragon, Sword Qi of the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords. For Sword Qi suddenly broke through the air. They turned into 4 Archean Hell Dragons. After half a day of fighting, Ling Xiao had already advanced the first 9 moves of the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords to the basic level. The Power Sword. It was time to reap the heads of these people. The 4 Divine Dragon Sword Qi rushed over. 3 of them were pierced by the Sword Qi. Their bodies exploded. Their inner elixirs and bodies shattered at the same time. However, one of them actually used an unknown spiritual talisman and jumped hundreds of meters away in an instant. He forcefully avoided Ling Xiao's attack. Humph, I must kill you today. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, put away the red gold sword, stepped on blood-red lightning and chased after him. That person fled desperately, using the spiritual talisman every once in a while. It was as if the spiritual talisman was free. Young master, it feels like they're deliberately baiting you. Green Lotus swordswoman said in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. I know. All the more I have to go. Ling Xiao came out to find trouble. Since the other party wanted to bait him, then he might as well bite the bait. He wanted to see who was the one who set this trap. What was the other party's goal? At this time, in Ling Xiao's residence, Yu Luan walked out from the darkness. His complexion didn't look too good. He muttered to himself in a gloomy voice. Good fellow, I didn't think that he would actually injure 3 dark demon guards. Fortunately, the plan was a success. Ling Xiao. Oh, Ling Xiao, as long as you enter the forbidden area, you will be able to escape. Then you're finished. Even the Devil's Son won't be able to protect you. He immediately took out a talisman and crushed it. Chunyan, I'm done here. I'll leave the rest to you. You are the guardian of the Yu family's forbidden area. Although her surname was not Yu, she was highly regarded by the family head. If someone breaks into the forbidden area, don't let them come out alive. After saying that, Yu Luan smiled coldly and chased after him. Ling Xiao could feel someone spying on him along the way. It was obvious that this was a conspiracy. Someone wanted to lead him somewhere. However, he was still a little confused as to how to deal with him. However, no matter how powerful the conspiracy was, it was no match for powerful strength. He firmly believed in this. The person in front suddenly entered a large door. Ling Xiao didn't even think before rushing in. The moment he entered, the large door suddenly closed. The environment in front of him changed. The surroundings were no longer man-made buildings. Instead, it became a quiet and secluded place. However, the black-clothed man was gone. A hint of mockery flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. This is the place you want me to come to, right? At most, it's the Yu family's forbidden area. Since I'm here, of course, I can't be at a disadvantage. There must be some secret in the forbidden area. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded. It seemed to be the sound of some ferocious beast. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be delighted. The demonic beasts raised in the forbidden area were definitely not ordinary. He leaped over. About 10 minutes later, he saw a ferocious demonic beast tied up with a huge metal chain. That metal should be some kind of special alloy. It was very strong and very strong. The demonic beast was actually a terrifying existence at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. Although it looked like a tiger, its fur was pure white and shining. It was like a shining diamond. Do you too know what this is? Ling Xiao asked. Shining holy light tiger. Green Lotus Sword Maiden replied, this is a good thing. Demonic cultivators also pay attention to the balance of yin and yang. Therefore, they raise this shining holy light tiger to cultivate. It seems that this tiger has been raised for some years. It's close to the period when its energy is at its peak. What it eats every day should be the high-quality light energy crystals provided by the Yu family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown like this. TSK. Hearing Green Lotus Sword Maiden's explanation, Ling Xiao couldn't help but drool. He didn't know what would happen if he enjoyed such a good thing. If you enjoy this shining holy light tiger, I'm afraid the Yu family will really hate you to the bone. They will definitely kill you. Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed. Then I have to enjoy it even more. They insisted on luring me into this forbidden area. If I don't take advantage of it before going out, wouldn't I be letting down their enthusiasm? Ling Xiao laughed and said, I'll have to trouble you two to help me kill this guy first. He definitely couldn't beat this shining holy light tiger at the 9th level of the core shattering realm. But Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Sword Maiden could. Think about it, then we'll do it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said, There's nothing to be afraid of. Sister Jiao Jiao's side is basically over. I also told Sister Jiao Jiao that she can pretend that her soul has been destroyed by the Demon Lord. If she wins the competition for the successor of the Demon Lord, she can receive the personal guidance of the Demon Lord. So it doesn't matter if we're here or not. At most, we'll kill this tiger and run away. With Fire King here, we'll definitely succeed. Ling Xiao laughed. Okay. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Sword Maiden nodded and began to attack. The shining holy light tiger was tied by a metal chain and couldn't resist at all. It didn't take long for the two to kill the shining holy light tiger. Sorry, even if we don't kill you, you will be killed by the Yu family. So don't blame us. He held the shining holy light tiger's demonic beast core in his hand. This thing was one of the keys to cultivating the 12 divine beasts technique. He put it away first. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the energy released by the shining holy light tiger after its death. A large amount of light constantly poured into his body. At the same time, it was attacking the barrier of his cultivation. At the same time, it was tempering his body. To him, this was an excellent nourishment. About an hour later, Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. Of course, the energy of the shining cosmic light tiger was too strong, and he couldn't absorb it all at once. A large amount of energy turned into potential and merged into his potential cells. He stored it. In the future, when he fought, he would naturally release it slowly. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? At this moment, Chen Yan rushed over and looked at Ling Xiao angrily and roared. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 249. You're finally here. I've been waiting impatiently for so long. Tell me, why did you trick me into this forbidden area? Ling Xiao looked at Qin Yan. Although he didn't know this person, judging from his expression and reaction, he knew that he must be in cahoots with the people who framed him. What do you mean I lied to you? Qin Yan was stunned. Don't play dumb. If you didn't trick me in, how do you know I'm here? You're the guardian of this forbidden area. You let outsiders into the forbidden area and even killed the shining holy light tiger raised in the forbidden area. I'd like to see how you can bear this responsibility. Ling Xiao mocked. What? At that moment, Chen Yan felt that the sky was about to collapse. You actually killed the shining holy light tiger raised by the eccentric young master. Chen Yan looked in the direction of the shining holy light tiger. There wasn't a single thing left there. Even the metal chains seemed to have been cleaned up by Ling Xiao. Only the faint bloodstains on the ground accused Ling Xiao of his sins. To be exact, we killed it. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sneered. All right, looking at you now, you shouldn't be in the mood to care about us. You can slowly think of a way to deal with the problem here. We're leaving. Ling Xiao stood up. His cultivation had finally broken through to the late-stage Earth Core realm. Although his cultivation had only progressed a small step, his strength had increased by a large margin. "Stop, you can't leave!" Chunyan roared and pounced over. However, he was slapped away by Ancestor Scarlet Flame. "This is what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. You're courting death, don't blame us." Without looking at Chunyan again, the three of them walked directly towards the forbidden area. On the way, Ling Xiao let Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman enter the Dongsheng Emperor ring again. If these two were next to him, those cowards of the Yu family would definitely not dare to deal with him. That would be meaningless to him. Although he had advanced to the late-stage Earth Core realm, he still needed to continue to improve his cultivation, continue to strengthen his physical body, continue to hone his martial skills. All of this required fighting. Just the lesser mastery of the 23 dragon-subduing swords was not enough. He had to become stronger. There was also the heaven-covering great palm imprint that he had to practice as well. That was only at the small success level. When he arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area, Ling Xiao saw a large group of people gathered there. Yu Zhong and Yu Luan were among them. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered coldly. Sure enough, it was the work of these guys. This Yu Zhong really knew how to court death. There was also Yu Luan. "Are you planning to accompany your brother because Yu Feng's body was destroyed? Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Mr. Ling, you're in the wrong here. Did our Yu family not treat you well? The higher-ups have already said not to disturb your cultivation. I didn't expect you to become more and more impudent. This time, you actually entered our Yu family's forbidden area. Even if I wanted to help you, I can't." Yu Luan sighed. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing inside, so he was still very calm and acted according to the plan. When he knew what Ling Xiao was doing inside, he probably wouldn't be so calm. Yu Luan was just an opening remark. The people around them started to jeer. "That's right. This Ling Xiao has always been very arrogant and has repeatedly killed our Yu family's martial artists. We didn't say anything. I didn't expect him to go overboard and dare to enter our Yu family's forbidden area. This was simply audacious to the extreme. Even we can't easily enter." Well said. Even if Ling Xiao has a powerful background and is the child of a big shot in the City of Gold. But you can't bully him like this. The men of our Yu family are not so easy to bully. If we didn't find out in time this time, I really don't know what you would do next time. Yes, this time he broke into the forbidden area. Next time, he will assassinate our patriarch. We must not let him go. Kill him. Even if we don't kill him, we must imprison him. We can't allow him to do whatever he wants. Ling Xiao found it hilarious as he listened to everyone reciting their lines one after another. Hee, what's the point of saying so much? Daddy is going to your forbidden area. What can you do about it? Come and kill me. Don't just talk without doing anything. Yu Luan, are you going to do it? Yu Zhong, or are you going to do it? If you want to kill me, you don't have to use all these tricks. What are you doing? You even spent so much effort to lure me into the forbidden area. You even sacrificed 3 lives for this. Is it worth it? Why else would I say you are all stupid? I'm not targeting anyone, but all of you here are trash. If you weren't trash, you wouldn't have come up with such a stupid plan. Ling Xiao looked around. Among the crowd, Yu Luan had the highest cultivation. There were also 2 late heavenly core warriors who were over 50 years old. Their combat ability was probably not any weaker than Yu Luan. Among these 2 men, one of them had the same aura as the man in black who had ambushed him in his residence. He was sure it was the same man. Therefore, this group of people was really trash. Even if they attacked him together, they would still be no match for him. Perhaps Yu Luan was relying on Chunyan. Chunyan was an ultimate core warrior, but he was knocked out by Ancestor Scarlet Flame with just a slap. It would take him some time to wake up. Look at how arrogant this guy is. He looks down on everyone. Yuan didn't expect Ling Xiao to still be so arrogant even at this moment. Right now, he felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He couldn't leave. If he left, these trash would scatter like birds and beasts. But Yuan was really puzzled. Why hadn't Qinyan appeared yet? Yuan, you're waiting for Qinyan, right? There's no need to wait. Qinyan is sleeping over there. Ling Xiao mocked. You're a peak heavenly core warrior after all. It took you so much effort to set up a trap for me to fall into. Aren't you going to do anything today? If you don't have the guts to do it, then I'm leaving. Anyway, I've gained a lot today, and I'm in a good mood. He had obtained the demon core of the radiant tiger and the demon beast energy within his body. No matter if it was his cultivation, body, or martial skills, they were all great help. He wasn't greedy, he was just satisfied. Of course, if these guys didn't want to let him go, he could even fight them. It was a good opportunity for him to practice the 23 dragon subduing swords. You trespassed into our Yu family's forbidden area, and you want to leave so easily? Do you really think there's no one left in our Yu family? Yuan took a deep breath. He walked out. Following behind him were two other late heavenly core warriors. The three of them formed a triangle, and they were getting ready to attack Ling Xiao. The rest of the men didn't stay idle either. All of them were condensing their true Yuan. They were getting ready to attack Ling Xiao once the battle began. They didn't care if it was fair or not. They couldn't defeat Ling Xiao anyway. Of course, this was the best outcome. A group of people besieged Ling Xiao. If they killed him, then so be it. These young men never thought about the consequences of their actions. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4250. Being surrounded by so many people, Ling Xiao still felt some pressure. After all, Yuan was a perfect heavenly core warrior. The others could pose a threat to him as well. But pressure was just pressure. In the end, they couldn't pose too much of a threat. Ling Xiao's current strength had greatly improved compared to a day ago. Not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had also cultivated the 23 dragon subduing swords to the minor completion stage. The reason he came out this time was to fight. Now that his opponents were going to attack, he was happy in his heart. Set up the formation. Yuan braced himself and shouted. In the next moment, the crowd dispersed. They formed a strange battle formation in a disorderly and picturesque manner. A battle formation was different from an ordinary formation. It was formed by the cooperation between the warriors. However, the effects were similar. Ling Xiao, in order to defeat you, I have been racking my brain for the past few days. Fortunately, I found this heavenly dipper, earthly fiend demon subduing formation in my Yu family's library. After the formation was set up, Yuan stared at Ling Xiao coldly. He finally revealed a sinister smile. He was considered one of the more cunning among Yu Dingtian's children. He knew that he might not be able to win in a one-on-one battle, but if they formed a battle formation, it would be a different story. Good formation! Ling Xiao carefully observed the battle formation and couldn't help but nod his head. The profundity of this formation was indeed different from those he had seen before. He entered the peerless heavenly rat-beast soul transformation. He took out the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Devil Sword. He had to be serious about this battle, or else he would fail miserably. The domineering aura of the Eastern Victory Sky Sword was combined with the demonic energy of the Eastern Victory Devil Sword. The current Ling Xiao was like a fiend that had merged with a fiend god. This Ling Xiao is really as scary as the rumors say. So what? He will still be defeated in our heavenly dipper, earthly fiend demon subduing formation. That's right. The battle formation that senior brother Yuan created will definitely defeat this arrogant guy. There were still people who were watching the battle from the outside. They couldn't participate in the battle. He could only be a substitute. Therefore, their words were filled with mockery and sarcasm towards Ling Xiao. Kill! Yuan waved her hand. 108 people attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. However, the battle formation did not fall into chaos. It could be seen that this was definitely not a hastily assembled group of 108 people. They must have trained together for a long time. Ling Xiao even suspected that Yuan had already started this kind of training on the day he returned from Fengdu Devil Forest. It was all for the sake of being able to deal with him. I don't care what battle formation you have, I'll kill you all the same. He sneered and thrust his two swords at two of them at the same time. This attack was meant to test the waters. Therefore, he chose the two weaker people in the battle formation. However, what surprised him was the moment the two swords pierced out. He was actually intercepted by Yuan and another late heavenly core warrior at the same time. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He chose another target, but it didn't matter how he chose. No matter how fast his attack speed was, every time an attack landed, it would be a complete disaster. All of them were facing the three strongest people in the group. He would never be able to attack the weaker ones. But when the opponent attacked, they could attack together. When the strength was gathered together, the destructive power was incredible. What a good formation! Ling Xiao exclaimed. You don't have to praise it. This is the Yu family's formation. Of course it's good. Yuan sneered. Hee. But do you really think this kind of battle formation can do anything to me, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao sneered. He suddenly changed his style. 23 dragon, subduing swords. He finally used it. This battle formation of yours relies on the three of you, who are the strongest, the most. Then I'll defeat you. This battle formation will collapse on its own. Ling Xiao sneered and thrust out both swords. Because of the characteristics of the battle formation, he didn't need to aim. As long as he attacked casually, he could hit his target. The first style, Double Dragon Eyes. Using both swords to perform the same style, it would help increase his proficiency. Two divine dragons broke through the air. They turned into sharp sword energy, directly piercing the eyes of Yuan and the other man. What a powerful attack! Yuan's face changed, and he was very shocked. The day before, when Ling Xiao and Yu Feng were fighting, he used an earth-shattering move. But it was completely different from today's. But today's attack was not inferior to the attack of that day. What kind of martial skill was this? He couldn't think too much. The attack was already coming. Yuan released the demon shadow martial spirit. The long spear in his hand shook and went up to meet the attack. The battle formation could bring him more powerful combat power and more sustained fighting time. Immortal breaking spear. Kill. Demon explosive fist. Kill. Dark Yin finger. Kill. This Tiangang, earthly fiend demon, subduing formation, had 3 attack points. At this moment, it exploded at the same time. It attacked Ling Xiao. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive Dragon Eyes attacks directly defeated the opponent's attack. Yuan and the other man were forced to retreat. They retreated this time. The entire battle formation had to move. The other man's attack had to be cancelled. They retreated together. Ling Xiao sneered. Holding 2 swords, he continued to fight. His whole body was exuding a terrifying, murderous aura. There was even a roaring dragon's fighting spirit. He displayed the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon, subduing swords to his heart's content. The second move, Destruction Dragon Horn. This move was even more powerful than the previous one, because the combo was not interrupted. The opponent did not put Ling Xiao in danger. Facing this attack, Yuan and the others could only work together to resist. The 3 people's attacks converged together. But even so, they were still shocked by a dragon's roar and retreated again. Ha ha ha, awesome! Breaking dragon scales. Wearing dragon skin. Grinding dragon bones. It was another 3 moves combo, each stronger than the last. Yuan and the others were completely unable to resist and retreated. although the general martial artists were better at close combat. But facing Ling Xiao's continuous attacks, as long as you are suppressed and unable to fight back, you will always be suppressed. Unless you can suddenly erupt with a martial skill that is even stronger than Ling Xiao's martial skill. Otherwise, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. He allowed his opponent to finish his chain of attacks. The so-called Heavenly Dipper, earthly fiend demon, subduing formation, was truly in a sorry state right now. However, Yulwan did not dare to disband this battle formation, because he knew best in his heart, if it wasn't for the existence of this battle formation, he simply couldn't block Ling Xiao's continuous attacks, not to mention the others. Haha, is this the battle formation that you painstakingly created? The battle formation was not bad, but it was a pity that the person commanding the battle formation was trash. Next, I'll let you all be finished. I want to see how many moves you can last. Dragon tendon extraction. Minced dragon meat. Ah. Finally, when the seventh style of the combo, dragon shredding, a late heavenly core warrior was impaled by the sword. He flew out in pain. This person was none other than the man in black who had escaped earlier. 3 feet 3 inches, Xiao Shua. Superscript 1. 3 cube carat x carat m is worth collecting. Chapter 42:51. After one of the main fighters had fallen, the Heavenly Dipper, earthly fiend demon, slaying formation became even more meaningless. Dragon slaying filth. The eighth style was unleashed. Another man's heart was pierced through, and he fell to his knees in pain. Final style, dragon slaying. Yulwan, you're going to lose. Ling Xiao combined his swords. They both unleashed the same style. A roaring dragon, fiercely, leapt towards Yulwan. At this moment, Yulwan was scared. He had chosen to give up on the formation. In an instant, the dragon jumped into the crowd. In an instant, dozens of men were killed. Not even a single piece of them was left. This was a style that could even severely injure a perfect heavenly core warrior. Most of the men who set up the formation were only at the Earth Core realm. How could they withstand it? What a shameless guy! You even betrayed your own people. But do you really think you can escape like this? Heaven covering great palm. Suppress! From the sky, a huge palm suddenly fell down and pressed Yulwan onto the ground. Yulwan's body was crushed under the pressure. Only her inner core was left crying in pain. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. But I hope there won't be a next time. If not, don't even think about keeping your inner core. Looking at Yulwan, who was crying in pain, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, then he put away his swords. He was in a good mood today, so he was too lazy to kill those useless trash. All the onlookers were stunned by what they saw. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao was actually powerful to such an extent. They couldn't even defeat Ling Xiao with the help of the formation. In the end, they were the ones who lost, miserably. A bunch of trash that can't even arouse my interest. But for the past few days, my hands have been itching for a fight. If anyone thinks they are qualified to fight me, then come and give it a try. It's really boring to play these kinds of tricks. Oh, right, ultimate core warriors, don't come and join in the fun. Anyone below the perfect heavenly core realm, come and fight me. I, Ling Xiao, will take them all. After saying that, he flew into the sky and returned to his own place. He was indeed in a good mood. In battle, it was obvious that he could directly discover the problem with a martial technique. In the midst of battle, they were constantly adjusting, tempering, and transforming. It could make martial techniques even more outstanding. The proficiency would also increase greatly. From the sky dragon continent to the black tortoise continent, he had always been a person who loved to fight. It hadn't changed even now. It wouldn't change in the future. Perhaps there was someone in this world who didn't like fighting, but that person was definitely not him. Ling Xiao's words were spread everywhere by the children of the Yu family. Soon it was only limited to challenges from the Yu family. Instead, it became a challenge to the entire Fengdu city and even the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom. As long as they were martial artists below the extreme realm of Dan, they could do it. The Yu family's thoughts were actually very easy to understand. His goal was to create as much trouble for Ling Xiao as possible. If an outsider killed Ling Xiao, then the Yu family wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Furthermore, the matter of the Radiant Tiger had almost driven Yu Qilian mad. Although his father and great-grandfather had told him that Ling Xiao was not someone to be trifled with, he was still a man of great power, but he couldn't take it lying down. Tell Tu Hu to come back, Yu Qilian coldly said to his subordinate. Tu Hu, was he the peak heavenly core warrior who had killed an ultimate core warrior with brute force? Was he Tu Hu, that savage and cruel tiger slayer who killed the innocent? His subordinate's expression changed when he heard this. That's right, that's him. Tu Hu is a wanted criminal in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Tell him, if he can kill Ling Xiao, his arrest warrant will be revoked, Yu Qilian coldly said. Although the method Tu Hu used to kill an extreme realm of Dan warrior was a little shameless. But as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, who cared if it was shameless or not? He had had enough. He had raised the Radiant Tiger for so many years, but before he could enjoy it, Ling Xiao had snatched it away. No one would be able to tolerate such humiliation. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to ruin the situation, he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao himself. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. Right now, he was waiting for the challenge to come to him. It would save him a lot of trouble. No matter what, he wouldn't leave the Yu family's front door easily. He still had lingering fears from the previous incident. Ling Xiao, get the hell out here. Do you really think there's no one left in the Yu family? We're here, don't be a coward. Half an hour after Jiang Chun returned to his place, some people had come to him, and there was more than one of them. They're fast. Ling Xiao sneered. Then he lifted his foot and was about to leave. Young master, you can't do this. They are here to challenge you, but you can't leave without rest. Therefore, you have to decide the time of the challenge. In addition, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge us. We must strictly select the challengers. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus suddenly said. Sister Azure Lotus is right. How about this? We'll accept an hour of challenges in the morning. We'll accept an hour of challenges in the afternoon. We won't wait until the appointed time. Also, we have to be strict. Only late Heavenly Core and peak Heavenly Core warriors are allowed to stay. We don't want those who are low or high. Ling Xiao was still aware of his own limitations. It was still too early to challenge warriors at the extreme core realm. Late Heavenly Core and peak Heavenly Core warriors were more suitable for him. It's morning now, I'll go out and select the challengers. Ancestor Scarlet Flame volunteered himself. Thank you, Big Brother Scarlet Flame. Ling Xiao nodded his head. After that, Ancestor Scarlet Flame left the house. He saw a dozen men outside. They were all warriors at the extreme core realm. This group of old men were shameless. They actually came here to pick a fight. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was furious. He punched out and sent all these men flying away. Let me tell you, late Heavenly Core and peak Heavenly Core warriors are priority. Those below the Heavenly Core realm, those above the Heavenly Core realm are not welcome. You old men, come again. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of the young master. Although these old men were angry, they couldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao's men were just too strong. Unless the young master fought personally, it would be very difficult to defeat them. They had no choice but to leave with their tails between their legs. They had to find someone who had the ability to defeat Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, somewhere in the Yu family, Lu Ling was staring at them with a cold gaze. His cultivation was not weak, but his combat strength was not as good as Ling Xiao's. but he wanted revenge. During the alchemy competition, he had lost all his face. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. Now, the chance had come, and he wouldn't let it go. In Ling Xiao's conditions, there was no age limit. He only said that a heavenly core warrior was required. Coincidentally, he had a martial uncle, Chen Zhou, who was also at the peak heavenly core realm. But in terms of combat experience, he was definitely stronger than Yu Feng and Yu Luan. On the other side, Yang Zhan had also heard the news. I have inherited my master's legacy, but I can't find a way to break through to the extreme core realm. I can use Ling Xiao to practice. Yang Zhan was an old opponent in the Fengdu Devil Forest. He was a warrior at the same level as Yu Feng and Yu Luan. But Yang Zhan was the eldest disciple of the Red Robe sect. He was qualified to be taught a secret skill by the sect leader. He was even luckier than Yu Feng and Yu Luan. 3. Xiao Shua. Superscript 1. 3 cubed carat x carat m is worth collecting. Chapter 42:52. No one's here yet? This is so boring. Ling Xiao secretly leaned against the window and looked outside. Although there were a lot of people outside, none of them met his standards. Did I set my standards too high? My hands are itching for a fight. Ling Xiao, get out here. Finally, a voice sounded out. Ling Xiao looked towards the direction where the voice came from. It was a late heavenly core warrior, about 100 years old. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he looked like an experienced fighter. Perhaps his martial skills weren't weak. Interesting. He immediately rushed out, looked at the man, and said with a smile, I haven't learned how to get out of here yet. As for you, I'm afraid you'll have to get out of here. Young master, why did you come out so quickly? I haven't even checked him yet. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a bitter smile. There's no need to check, this guy is qualified. Ling Xiao said. Good kid, you're really arrogant. I heard you defeated Yu Luan and Yu Feng. Those two brats were really too inexperienced. Let this old man take you down a notch. Fighting is not a game for kids. Your cultivation is weaker than mine, and your experience is weaker than mine. What are you going to use to defeat me? The old man said with a sneer. Are you here to spout nonsense? Hurry up and do it. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. This time he only used one sword. There was no need to use two swords. Fine. The Patriarch told us not to provoke you, but you've gone too far recently. How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the Yu family? Now, you've even set up an arena in the Yu family. You're obviously looking down on the Yu family. If that's the case, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. I want to let the people of Golden City know that the Yu family is not someone you can bully. Damn it, old people talk a lot of nonsense. Can you do it? There's still people lining up behind you. Ling Xiao let out a sigh and said. His disdain and carelessness caused the other party's anger to surge. Good kid, if that's the case, then take my attack. The 100-year-old old man roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at first. Instead, he chose to hide. These older generation ancient martial art practitioners might not be too strong. However, this fighting style still had its merits. His Taiji, I was analyzing everything. He had learned something useful. The old man attacked 3 times in a row, but he still couldn't touch Ling Xiao. However, it could be seen that his combat skills were not weak. Once again, although Ling Xiao managed to avoid the attack with his speed, he was still almost hit. The old man's judgment was very accurate. Old Mister is indeed amazing. You are no match for me. Leave. He didn't dislike this old man. After learning some things from the old man, he decided to give the old man some face. There's no need for you to pity this old man. Use your true abilities. Even if I lose, I'm willing to accept it. The old man roared, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. The demonic shadow transformed into a giant bear and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao no longer pretended to be pretentious. He raised the east victory sky, sword in his hand. A sword Qi transformed into an ancient hell dragon and tore through the air. It was the first move of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Bang! Although the old man had good combat experience, his combat strength was still a little weak. He wasn't even much weaker than Yu Qin. Ling Xiao was able to defeat him without even transforming into a beast soul. Of course, it was also because the 23 dragon-subduing swords were powerful enough. The old man flew backward and fell into the crowd. His weapon flew to the side and blood flowed. This is too much. Even an old man is fighting? This Ling Xiao is simply inhumane. That's right, that's right. Doesn't he know how to respect the old and love the young? The onlookers followed suit. They were desperately looking for reasons to belittle Ling Xiao and mock Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only treated it as a group of dogs barking there. He didn't go in and sat at the door drinking tea while waiting. Just treat it as entertainment. The onlookers' faces were a little ugly. Ling Xiao clearly didn't take the Yu family's warriors seriously. Damn it, if senior brother Yu Qiong made a move, he could easily defeat him. But senior brother Yu Qiong's cultivation is in the extreme core realm. It doesn't seem appropriate to deal with an Earth core realm warrior, right? I know, but I just can't stand this kid's arrogance. The old man got up from the ground. Thank you for showing mercy. He knew that if Ling Xiao was more ruthless, that blow just now could have killed him. It's just a spar. There's no need to kill. You can go. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There were some admirable people in the Yu family. This old man was not bad. Before I leave, I need to remind you. I'm just a lowly person in the Yu family. In the entire Fengdu city, I'm nothing. You're on your own. This time the matter was too big. All the warriors in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom are rushing here. After the old man finished speaking, he left. Who else? Ling Xiao looked at the onlookers with a smile and asked, Don't worry, I'll show mercy. I won't let you suffer the same tragedy as Yu Feng and Yu Luan. Of course, as long as you follow the rules, I won't be ruthless. His arrogant and condescending attitude made all the Yu family's warriors angry. But for the people here, they were either at the extreme core realm or below the heavenly core realm. They weren't qualified to participate in the competition. Therefore, they could only wait. Another moment passed. Lu Ling appeared in front of the crowd. Ling Xiao, do you dare to accept my challenge? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Ling. Then he smiled and said, You better go back and concoct pills. Although your pill concoction skills are strong, but your strength is too weak. If I hit you, I'll be bullying you. It's not me who wants to fight. It's my martial uncle, Ghost Fire Qinzhou. Green Spirit held back its anger and gave up a spot for him. A blue willow. The wisp was burning there. After that, a middle-aged man appeared. He was in his 70s or 80s. He was holding a strange-looking staff in his hand. There was a skull inlaid on top of the staff. Underneath the staff was a black ebony staff. It gave off a gloomy aura. I know him, Ghost Fire Qinzhou. Although he's from the Green Vine sect, he walked the path of evil. He's good at some secret offensive skills, and his soul force is extremely strong. Not only that, Ghost Fire Qinzhou is said to be invincible under the heavenly core realm. Although I've never seen him with my own eyes, I think there's some truth to the rumors. Although he's not from the Yu family, as long as he can defeat Ling Xiao, that's enough. Ghost Fire Qinzhou, we support you. Ling Xiao put down his teacup. He stood up. He looked at Qinzhou, who was standing next to Lu Ling. This person looked sinister, like a barbarian who lived in a rotten forest all year round. He was emitting a rotten smell from head to toe. His eyes were cold. He looked like a dead man. Invincible under the heavenly core realm? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. It's all because the people of the world love me. Actually, I haven't done much. I've just killed a few peak heavenly core warriors. Chen Zhou looked at Ling Xiao and said with a faint smile on his face, "End of chapter." Chapter 42-53. Chen Zhou had a faint smile on his face. Saying that he was invincible below the heavenly core realm was a compliment from the people of the martial world. It was just that this smile really made people feel uncomfortable looking at it. I think so too. If you want to say that I am invincible below the heavenly core realm, it should be me, Ling Xiao. Not you. Ling Xiao laughed. Arrogant. Suddenly, Chen Zhou waved the staff in his hand. A pale blue flame turned into a skeleton and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The move was very simple, but its lethality was not weak at all. This bastard's attacks seemed to have been specially honed for killing. Ling Xiao's face lit up. His Tai Chi eye was absorbing the opponent's strengths, although he had a lot of combat experience. But he was still too young. Luckily, his Tai Chi eye could analyze his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Ling Xiao could absorb his opponent's experience, and after accumulating it for a long time, he would become powerful. Child's play. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his peerless heavenly rat beast soul. He raised the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. He blocked the pale blue flame with his dragon's eye. After that, the two started fighting from a distance. Ling Xiao wanted to get closer, but Chen Zhou had a lot of skills that could prevent him from getting close. Obviously, Chen Zhou was not good at close combat. That was why he wanted to increase the distance between them. Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking. He didn't try to get closer. He wasn't afraid of a mid-range battle. He could use the dragon's subduing sword energy with his dragon subduing sword. It was a good opportunity for him to practice. The battle between the two began. Flames and sword energies kept flashing. The front of the building was in chaos. Although they had been fighting for a few minutes, there wasn't a single close combat. But those who knew how to fight understood. This mid-range battle was just as dangerous. Senior Disciple Green Spirit, do you think Chen Zhou can win? The battle was too intense. Therefore, no one could tell who had the upper hand. Don't worry, Uncle Chen Zhou has the upper hand. Ling Xiao is good at close combat. Once he loses this advantage, he won't be far from defeat. Green Spirit said with certainty. But Senior Disciple Green Spirit, I feel like the situation is different from what you said. Ling Xiao's mid-range and long-range attacks have always been strong. He is just putting up a desperate struggle. Green Spirit snorted. Green Spirit's mind, he was confused. Ling Xiao's specialty wasn't being cautious? What this guy liked the most was to rely on the strength of his physical body to win battles. Why did he suddenly seem so familiar with mid-range and long-range battles? Although he was confused, he had to admit this battle was exciting. It was also very exciting. The previous battle ended in just a few minutes. But this time at Chenzhou. Both sides seemed to be tireless as they went back and forth. Ling Xiao had already used the 23 dragon subduing swords several times. His proficiency level was also continuously increasing. This opponent really made him feel very satisfied. Ghost Fire Chenzhou was said to be invincible amongst all warriors below the heavenly core realm. And that wasn't just for show. Chen's. Every time Ling Xiao made a mistake, Zhou would take advantage of it. Zhou had been hit by Zhou's attacks a few times. Luckily, Zhou had the ability to resist fire and water. Plus, he had a strong body. That was why he wasn't seriously injured. Of course, even if he was injured, he would gain a lot. He had gained a lot of experience from the battle with Chenzhou. He had tried all kinds of fighting methods that he had never thought of before, and now he was trying them out. The things that had puzzled him for a long time about his martial skills were now solved. I admit defeat. Suddenly, Zhou jumped out of the battle. He said, "Admit defeat? But you didn't lose?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. No, I have lost. You have been treating me as your training partner since the beginning. You have been absorbing nutrients from my body to strengthen yourself. Even if I win this battle, I will be at a disadvantage. So I give up. Chen Zhou said in an indifferent tone. Hee, if that is the case, then get lost. You don't even dare to fight, and you still talk so righteously. Ling Xiao sneered. His attitude was not good. That was because he did not want the onlookers to know his purpose. But he really admired Chen Zhou in his heart. He actually saw through his purpose. That was rare. Martial uncle, are you able to tolerate this? He asked you to get lost. Lu Ling was anxious. He did not see how Chen Zhou lost at all, so he could not understand. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then go by yourself. This old man is leaving. Chen Zhou did not talk nonsense and directly flew into the air. Ling Xiao, I hope we will have a chance to fight in the future. You have gained something today, and so do I. This voice echoed in the air. Ling Xiao smiled and said, If you miss today, you will no longer have the qualifications to spar with me. Chun Zhou, who was flying, almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him, but he did not know that Ling Xiao was just telling the truth. Ling Xiao's strength was called changing with each passing day. It was not wrong at all, because he was improving virtually every day, and the improvement was extremely fast. If Ghostfire Chen Zhou looked for him again in the future, he would probably only be insta-killed. Damn it! Lu Ling gnashed his teeth and also left. But he did not chase after Chen Zhou. Instead, he went to contact other experts. Ling Xiao was undefeated. If Ling Xiao was not humiliated, the resentment in his heart would absolutely not be able to be vented. Seeing this scene, many people in the Yu family were somewhat discouraged. Damn it, this Ghostfire Chen Zhou looks like a coward. That's right, a famous, weak coward. They didn't fight for long, and he actually gave up? Really looked forward to him in vain. Useless guy. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of tea and then said with a cold smile, Don't just talk about others being useless. You guys are useful. How about sending someone out? Kid, don't be arrogant. Ghostfire Chen Zhou is a trash, but I am not. A fatty flew over from afar. His body was fat, but his movements were agile. He was wearing a loose robe, and when he walked, he looked like a tiger. He was holding 2 broad axes in his hands. He looked like a ferocious butcher. Hee, are you saying others are trash? Come. Ling Xiao sneered. This fatty looked fierce, but he wasn't that strong. He was only a late heavenly core warrior. He was even weaker than the old man from the Yu family, who was the first to fight. There are more and more people coming in the past half a day. Isn't an hour a bit too short? Ancestor, Scarlet Flame, asked. It's not short, and I'm not an Iron Man. After an hour, I'll definitely be tired. How can I let these bastards take advantage of me? When I'm tired, I naturally need to take a rest. Ling Xiao smiled. He lifted his foot and walked out. The fatty waved his pair of broad axes and slashed at Jiangchen. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Your combat skills are so crude. There's nothing I want to learn. So lose. Jiangchen suddenly spat out the tea in his mouth. Genius 1 second, remember the site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 40-254. The tea was like a sword, stabbing towards the fatty's head. The fatty was so scared that he hurriedly blocked with his axe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao kicked out. The fatty's fat body was kicked a few hundred meters away, and he crashed into a stone lion statue in the distance. Damn, that fatty is so pitiful. Is Ling Xiao really that strong? The fight hasn't even started, and it's already over. Everyone sighed. They now had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Next, many people dared to fight. In fact, they all hoped that Ling Xiao's strength would decrease when he was tired. This way, they could take advantage of him. However, how could Ling Xiao be tired so easily? An hour passed. He had defeated a dozen people. However, Ling Xiao was still in high spirits. The Yu family warriors' faces became uglier and uglier. They became more and more depressed. Let's call it a day for this morning. We'll continue in the afternoon. Ling Xiao turned around and walked into the house. He said an hour, and it was just an hour. He still had other things to do. The battle was about absorbing. The rest of the time, he still needed to digest. You want to go back after winning? We don't accept this. If you don't accept this, then die. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sneered and waved his hand. The flames rolled, scaring those people into running away. While Ling Xiao was resting, the news of the battle in the morning had spread quickly among the warriors. For a moment, the entire Fengdu city was stirred up. Because of the alchemy competition, people already knew about Ling Xiao. Now, people were even more interested in Ling Xiao, an alchemy grandmaster with such strong combat strength. In addition, the Yu family warriors spared no effort in spreading the news. Ling Xiao's great name also became more and more resounding. Therefore, in the afternoon, there were even more people who came to watch. Not only were there people from the Yu family, there were also people from other places in Fengdu City. Similarly, there were fewer people from the Yu family who came to challenge in the afternoon. Most of them were heavenly core warriors from the outside world. These people just didn't believe that Ling Xiao was just an earth core warrior. There were no heavenly core warriors who could defeat him? What the hell? The more people didn't believe it, the more people challenged it. In the end, disbelief turned into astonishment. In the end, he left in a sorry state. Someone else had discovered it. Ling Xiao seemed to have become stronger after each battle. His cultivation did not break through. However, his combat experience was getting richer and richer. Often, it's a battle strategy that you've used before. In the next battle, Ling Xiao used it and it was even better. This left many martial artists dumbfounded. It was simply unacceptable. Even though Ling Xiao had only practiced up to the 9th move of the 23 dragon subduing swords, he was still able to do so. However, these 9 forms did not have to be used consecutively. He didn't have to use them in order. They had a myriad of ways to use them. Ling Xiao fumbled around in battle after battle. His mastery of the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords had also become more and more adept. He was becoming more and more proficient. He could do whatever he wanted. It could be said that it was a piece of cake for him. As a result, his mastery of the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon subduing swords had improved from minor completion to master. Not only did it become more powerful, his speed of testing each move was also getting faster. His consumption was also decreasing. Today's battle ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. You can team up and attack me. Warriors below the late heavenly core realm, you can only fight at most 5 at the same time. As for peak heavenly core warriors, you can only fight at most 2 at the same time. When Ling Xiao announced this news, everyone was boiling with excitement. Not excitement, but anger. Damn it, this was too crazy. He wanted to fight 5 late heavenly core warriors at the same time. 2 peak heavenly core warriors. This guy was crazy. It looked like today's consecutive victories had made Ling Xiao feel a little proud. But this was not a bad thing. With this, they would have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. Many people had the same thought. Therefore, the next morning, basically it was 5 at the same time, 2 at the same time. Ling Xiao was having a hard time fighting. He was even injured because of it. Once again, he almost lost. But it was just almost. He didn't lose, so he didn't lose. Ling Xiao was coughing up blood as he defeated his enemies. Many passers-by were cheering for him. In Fengdu City, many warriors didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao because of the Yu family slander. But after the 1-hour battle this morning, many people had become Ling Xiao's fans. There were even many female warriors who were secretly throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you're injured. Are you still going to continue this afternoon? Someone asked. Of course. I've said it before, this battle will last for 3 days. Therefore, those who haven't fought yet, hurry up. Or else tomorrow will be the end. Ling Xiao wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although it was tough, he was excited. After disappearing this morning, the first 9 forms of the 23 dragon subduing swords had broken through from the master level to the great perfection level. He was almost at the great perfection level. This speed of improvement was extremely fast. During the afternoon, Ling Xiao had been cultivating and digesting what he had learned from the battle. As for healing his injuries, there was no need for that. A single healing pill would have healed his injuries. When the afternoon came, he was still full of energy. The battle in the afternoon was just as exciting. Ling Xiao had encountered 2 big troubles. The first time he had encountered 2 perfect heavenly core warriors who had teamed up. These 2 were husband and wife. They were quite famous in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. This time, they had come to Fengdu City to challenge Ling Xiao. They wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's prestige. Because they were husband and wife, they had great chemistry. Ling Xiao was in a miserable state at the beginning. Later on, he had to rely on the special effect of the bloodthirsty plague. He had defeated this couple with brute force. The battle was difficult, but he had gained a lot. From the battle between the husband and wife, he had actually grasped the technique of cooperating with his falling plum shadow clone. Their cooperation in the past was just the simplest kind of cooperation. It was like 2 strangers teaming up. But after this battle, he had finally understood the secret of teaming up. The second time was dangerous. It was when he was facing 5 delicate female warriors. These 5 female warriors were all at the late heavenly core realm, but they were all good at the art of seduction. The 5 of them teamed up. Even the surrounding cultivators were muddle-headed, willing to die under their pomegranate skirts. But Ling Xiao was an exception. He activated the demonic eye. The 5 female warriors were devoured by their own seduction techniques. They did some unsightly things on the spot. In the end, they ran away with their tails between their legs. Although it wasn't hard to win this battle, but it had made Ling Xiao realize something. In the martial world, there were all kinds of warriors. You could meet any kind of people. Therefore, it didn't mean that you would win just because you were strong enough. If you weren't careful, you might fail miserably. You might be defeated by someone else. 2 days later, the challenge ended. Ling Xiao had basically fought all the heavenly core warriors from the Yu family in Fengdu City. He had beaten up all the men from the Yu family. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 42:55. On the morning of the 3rd day, the number of challengers had lessened. It wasn't because there were no challengers. It was because they didn't have the courage. Most importantly, as the battles continued, Ling Xiao could feel that his gains were getting smaller and smaller, and he wanted to end this boring arena as soon as possible. Therefore, he became more ruthless. This caused those who weren't confident to back off. Losing a battle with Ling Xiao wasn't a big deal, but being beaten to the point where they couldn't get out of bed for a month. If they lost an arm or a leg, it wouldn't be worth it. Even if they could recover, it would take a long time. For a warrior, time was very precious. For the past few days, because of Ling Xiao's ruthlessness and strength, he had been called the crazy man by many warriors. Crazy, because he had done something no one else could. He had completed a mission no one else could. He was a madman because of his arrogance and ruthlessness. No matter who his opponent was, he would beat them until they cried for their parents. This was why, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Ling Xiao's place was surrounded by a large group of people, but no one dared to challenge him. There were at least tens of thousands of spectators, but because of their fear, none of them dared to challenge him. As for those warriors at the extreme core realm who wanted to challenge him, they didn't meet the requirements. Ling Xiao sat there drinking tea as he said in an indifferent tone, "Looks like I can end this challenge now. I don't think anyone below the heavenly core realm can be my match, at least in Fengdu City." He wasn't the only one who thought this. Those who were watching the show basically had the same opinion. Invincible below the heavenly core realm, he was actually a late Earth core warrior. This caused countless heavenly core warriors to lose face. All right, if no one wants to challenge me, then let's end this. From tomorrow onwards, I won't accept any more challenges. If anyone dares to bother me again, I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao's cold voice made many people sigh in their minds. They weren't convinced. But what was the use of being unconvinced? If they couldn't defeat him, then they couldn't defeat him. No matter how much they weren't convinced, it was useless. This guy is really strong. He can even defeat 2 perfect heavenly core warriors by himself. You can say that he is a legendary existence below the heavenly core realm. That's right. I've traveled all over the Fengdu Devil Kingdom, but I've never seen such a monster. It seems that not only the Yu family, but the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom is going to lose face. They were actually defeated by a little fellow from the Golden Heavens region. Sigh, could it be that our Fengdu Devil Kingdom has no one? It's not that there's no one in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. It's just that the younger generation can't compare to him. If this brat hadn't set up a restriction, once an ultimate stage core realm martial artist made a move, he would have been dead for sure. This just shows that he's smart. He knows his own standards and won't overestimate himself. His 2 subordinates are said to be terrifying existences in the core fragmentation realm. Unless young master makes a move, I'm afraid it will be difficult to subdue them. Hearing everyone's discussion, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. She stood up and prepared to return to her room. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Brat, your challenge hasn't ended yet, right? Are you trying to run away so quickly?" This voice was filled with killing intent. Just by listening to it, one could tell that it was an extremely vicious person. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. One of them was about 3 meters tall. He had a ferocious-looking face. The young man whose body was constantly emitting a crazy killing intent was walking over with large strides. Along the way, all the martial artists opened up a path for him. It was as if they were afraid of angering him and getting killed by him. "Tu Hu! It's Tu Hu! Why is this guy here? He is a wanted criminal." "That's right, and he is an extremely dangerous wanted criminal. Rumor has it that he can only kill ultimate stage core realm martial artists. I don't care what kind of wanted criminal he is, as long as he can defeat Ling Xiao and bring honor to our Fengdu Devil Kingdom." This group of people had lost all sense of right and wrong. In other words, the humiliation that Ling Xiao brought to them was even worse than this Tu Hu. The people too who killed were all innocent commoners, those martial artists who had no money or power. They didn't care. But Ling Xiao had slapped the Yu family's face. This was what annoyed them the most. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao couldn't help but become interested. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could tell that this too, who was a peak heavenly core warrior, but he was able to kill ultimate stage core realm martial artists, even if they were just early stage core realm martial artists. This was very frightening. Interesting. Jiang Qin was already bored. But now, with the appearance of this Tu Hu, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was reignited, because this kind of person could help him improve. "Kid, I heard that you are invincible under the heavenly core realm." Tu Hu stopped when he was 50 meters away from Jiang Qin. He stared at Ling Xiao coldly and asked, "It's not a self-proclaimed title. It's a compliment given by someone else. But I can accept it. After all, if I don't have this much confidence, then I am not me." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "What an arrogant kid. I, Tu Hu, love to kill so-called geniuses like you. Do you dare to have a life and death duel with Daddy?" Tu Hu said with a cruel smile. He didn't come here to challenge Jiang Qin. He had accepted a mission from someone, and he was here to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, a life and death duel was a must. Young master, don't agree so easily. This man is not an ordinary peak, heavenly core warrior. Ancestor Scarlet Flame reminded Jiang Qin. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus also said, when he is in his normal form, he is already stronger than Yu Feng when he is in his devil form. If he is in his devil form, I'm afraid he will be very close to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Young master, although you can defeat a peak heavenly core warrior now, it's not easy. But it's not easy. If you meet an extreme core warrior, you basically have no chance of winning. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Tu Hu sneered and said, if you are afraid of death, then kneel down and admit that you are a piece of trash. Daddy won't force you. Trying to provoke Jiang Qin, but what he said was true. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. I've said it before, if a late heavenly core warrior or peak heavenly core warrior wants to challenge me, I won't refuse. Afraid of death? If you can really kill me, then I can only blame myself for not being strong enough. You can't blame anyone else. Good kid. You have guts. Tu Hu was startled. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to accept the challenge, but this made things easier. He had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Hee, when it comes to dealing with you, I don't have guts, because you are no match for me. Invincible below the heavenly core realm. I don't just say that for fun. Ling Xiao stared at Tu Hu coldly and said, enough with the bullshit, come. Tu Hu knew that he couldn't scare Ling Xiao. If that was the case, then he would use a battle to prove himself. Wait, Tu Hu and Ling Xiao were about to fight. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Yang Zhan. Ling Xiao looked at the man and furrowed his brows. During the battle in the Fengdu Devil Forest, there were 3 peak heavenly core warriors who could be considered his opponents. Yu Feng, Yuan, and Yang Zhan. The first 2 had their bodies destroyed by Ling Xiao. Only Yang Zhan was left. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4256. Ling Xiao was wondering why Yang Zhan didn't come looking for trouble with such a good opportunity. But now, it looked like this guy was just waiting for an opportunity. When he saw Tu Hu fighting, he walked out. Ling Xiao, you said 2 peak heavenly core warriors can fight at the same time. Am I right? Yang Zhan laughed. Of course I'll keep my word. If you want to fight, then let's fight, no need to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Get lost. Ling Xiao agreed, but Tu Hu didn't. This guy's life is mine. You want to steal my credit? Not a chance. Brother Tu Hu, don't underestimate this Ling Xiao. Once he unleashes his full strength, even you might not be his match. Yang Zhan said with a frown. Just get lost when I ask you to. Be careful, or I'll kill you as well. Tu Hu roared. He wouldn't allow anyone to say that he was weaker than Ling Xiao. Yet, Yang Zhan's words seemed to be belittling him. This made him really unhappy. You'll regret this. Yang Zhan gritted his teeth and returned to the crowd. He had lost face, but he believed that Tu Hu would definitely ask him for help. During the battle in the Fengdu Devil Forest, Ling Xiao had shown more combat strength in order to fight for the Heavenly Devil Epiphyllum. All right, there are no more outsiders. Let's fight. Tu Hu looked at Ling Xiao and roared. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he immediately transformed into the infinite heavenly rat. The true Yuan in his body kept rising. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Tu Hu. This Tu Hu didn't come on his own. He must have received orders from someone. He could sense a few powerful auras from afar. Yu Qiren, Yu Dingtian, Yu Wentian, and Yu Lianhua were all here. But Yu Xiangtian was nowhere to be seen. Where did that old man go? Fine, I'll kill this Tu Hu and make you all regret it. He could feel the true yuan in Ling Zhao's body rising. Tu Hu furrowed his brows. I didn't expect you to be so strong. But it's useless. Confusion took out his weapon. It was a Zanmadeo. The huge Zanmadeo could cut a demonic beast in half with a single slash. As a celestial grade, Heavenly King artifact weapon. It also belonged to the top. Black true essence rolled and jumped on the Zanmadeo. Gusts of strong wind appeared. Sharp saber chi continued to be released. Cracks appeared on the ground. They were all shattered by the released saber chi. Tiger Slayer held his saber with both hands. The sharp blade gave off a cold glow under the setting sun. Their auras continued to rise. The surroundings of the battlefield instantly became quiet. People stopped making noise. Instead, he carefully observed the battle. Most of them naturally supported Tu Hu and hoped that Tu Hu could bring honor to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Even if he was a heinous criminal, he would not be able to escape punishment. There were also some who supported Ling Zhao. This was because they admired Ling Zhao's talent and character. So glorious that they became Ling Zhao's diehard fans. Ling Zhao took a deep breath and exhaled. A murderous glare shot out from both of his eyes. It was chilling. Even Tu Hu was startled by it. This guy, how many people did he kill? How did he cultivate such a terrifying killing intent? Kill. Before Tu Hu could react, Ling Zhao had turned into a blur and charged towards him. Who is invincible below the heavenly core realm? Let's find out in this battle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the blur appeared. It was like a ferocious demon beast that just came out from hell. The Eastern Victory heavenly sword in Ling Zhao's hand was extremely domineering. Wherever it went, the ground would crack. The terrifying sword Qi caused the ground to tremble. Many warriors who were watching the battle quickly moved away, fearing that they would be hurt. Tu Hu stared at Ling Zhao, who was charging towards him. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When others saw his huge and muscular body, they would always think that he was a strength-type warrior. Actually, this was not wrong, because his strength was indeed very strong. But what he excelled in the most was his movement skill and speed. All these years, the reason why he was able to kill and escape was because of his terrifying movement skill, although he was only at the peak heavenly core realm. But he had cultivated a peak 9th Order Emperor realm movement skill, the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind skill. It was a coincidence that he had learned this movement skill. There was an idiot who wanted to possess his body, but he died as soon as he entered his body. His soul was devoured by Tu Hu instead. Originally, with his cultivation level, he shouldn't have been able to cultivate a peak 9th Order Emperor realm martial skill. But now he was able to. Too bad his talent wasn't good enough, so he could only learn this one skill. Otherwise, he would have been much stronger. When Ling Zhao appeared within 5 meters of him, Ling Zhao's expression changed. Tu Hu sneered. His body turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ling Zhao. The terrifying Zanmadeo brought with it a gust of wind. It charged towards Ling Zhao. It aimed directly at Ling Zhao's neck. The blade was about to cut off Ling Zhao's neck. Ling Zhao sneered. His body that was moving forward at high speed suddenly stopped. Using inertia, he held the Eastern Victory Sky sword with both hands. He didn't dodge. He swung the sword down. Clang! The blade and the sword collided. Tu Hu and Ling Zhao's bodies were both pushed back. The strength of these two men was actually on par with each other. The instant he leaned back, Ling Zhao's reaction was a step faster. He stabbed the Eastern Victory Sky sword into the ground, stabilizing his body. Then he threw out a palm with his left hand. He immediately used the heaven-covering palm. A violent aura rushed towards Tu Hu. It was so strong that Tu Hu's muscles were distorted. Feeling this powerful aura, Tu Hu furrowed his brows. Ling Zhao was stronger than he had imagined. For so many years, There had never been a warrior with the same cultivation level who could react immediately after colliding with Tu Hu. Ling Xiao was the first one, but Tu Hu was not a weakling. After countless battles, he learned how to save his life in the most dangerous situation. He also learned how to kill the enemy when he was at a disadvantage. He changed the way he held the blade with both hands, from holding it forward to holding it backward. Although his body was still pushed back, he swung the blade. The huge blade that was shining with a metallic luster left a black shadow in the air. The violent blade aura seemed to tear the air apart. Bang! The blade hit the palm wind of the heaven-covering palm. It tilted violently, as if the violent palm wind was about to hit Tu Hu. It was enough to show how terrifying the power of the heaven-covering palm was. This scene shocked all the onlookers. There was no doubt that these two men were geniuses in fighting. But Ling Xiao was obviously better. Tu Hu's Zamadeo was so terrifying. One could go out and ask around. But Ling Xiao's palm wind was able to block the Zamadeo and push it back. Everyone knew what would happen if the palm hit Tu Hu. The Zamadeo didn't hit Tu Hu, because at that moment, Tu Hu twisted his body. The Zamadeo circled around him. Genius 1 second remember the site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 42:57. With the help of the 9 heavens wind controlling art, Tu Hu was able to counterattack. Once again, the blade collided with the palm wind. Finally, the palm wind of the heaven-covering palm print was completely destroyed. But he was still knocked back, and he was forced to take a few steps back. His expression was solemn. Not only did Ling Xiao's strength and speed exceed his imagination, but Ling Xiao's strength and speed also exceeded his expectations. Even his combat skills weren't any weaker than Tu Hu's. Tu Hu finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to call himself invincible under the heavenly core realm. This guy's prowess was really no joke. But this was not all Tu Hu was capable of. He shook the blade in his hand and injected a huge amount of Zhan Yuan into it. Around the Zamadeo, a series of afterimages were formed. It's here. Tu Hu's signature skill. Bloodthirsty Shadow Blade. Looks like the rumors are true. This Bloodthirsty Shadow Blade is a peak 8th level Emperor ranked martial skill. Many peak Heavenly Core warriors gave up because they thought it was too difficult. I never thought he would succeed. Although this guy is a murderous maniac, his comprehension and strength are really admirable. Looks like Tu Hu is really pissed off. If not, he wouldn't have used this peak 8th level Emperor ranked martial skill. I think the winner is about to be decided. That Ling Xiao is finished. When the crowd saw Tu Hu unleash this martial skill, they started whispering to each other. Although they didn't have a good impression of Tu Hu, as long as Tu Hu could defeat Ling Xiao and break Ling Xiao's spirit, they were all willing. Some even supported Tu Hu. Ling Xiao held the heavenly sword of Eastern victory in his hand. He stared at Tu Hu coldly. The fact that the heaven-covering palm imprint was unable to injure Tiger Slayer surprised him. After all, ever since he started cultivating the heavenly covering palm, once he unleashed this skill, even if his opponent didn't die, he would be severely injured. But now, not only was Tu Hu uninjured, not only that, the bloodthirsty shadow blade he unleashed contained a terrifying force. Even Tu Hu didn't dare to be careless. If he messed up, he would die here. No wonder he's a fugitive from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. He can use such a powerful martial skill so easily. Amazing. Ling Xiao was praising Tu Hu, but he was also mocking the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Many warriors gnashed their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do, because Ling Xiao was right. Ling Xiao didn't care what they thought. He gripped the East Victory heavenly sword with both hands. Rich true essence began to pour into the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. His opponent's attack was very strong. However, it was impossible for him to show weakness. A murderous aura gradually emerged. There seemed to be a divine dragon burning with black flames circling above the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. The divine dragon roared. Ling Xiao suddenly dashed forward. His body was like a beam of sword light. It was extremely fast. The roaring sword qi on the heavenly sword of Dongsheng became more and more powerful as it sped up. Seeing Ling Xiao attack again, Tu Hu sneered. He suddenly brandished his Zamadeo. Then he slashed out, bloodthirsty afterimage blade. In that instant, all he could see in front of him was sharp blade qi. It turned into a whirlwind formed by blades and blasted toward Ling Xiao. Can you block it? Tu Hu roared. Child's play. Boom! A long dragon flew out from the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. The black divine dragon rushed into the whirlwind of the blade array. The saber array was completely shattered in an instant. Before it even touched Ling Xiao, it had already vanished into thin air. Of course, because of the obstruction of the blade array, Ling Xiao's attack also stopped. However, the roaring ancient hell dragon still pounced on Tu Hu. 9 Heavens Flight Technique. Tu Hu's figure flashed again. He avoided the ancient hell dragon with a cold light in his eyes. What a powerful martial skill. It's even stronger than my bloodthirsty afterimage blade. In that case, have a taste of my move. 9 luminaries, black sun cut. Tu Hu's attack didn't stop in midair. In that instant, 9 black halos appeared behind him. Then, 9 black blades flew out from the halos. They pierced toward Ling Xiao below. Not only did he not give Ling Xiao a chance to continue attacking, but he also wanted to counterattack Ling Xiao and suppress Ling Xiao. The black blades pierced through the air, and even the space exploded with a shrill sound. They formed 9 angles and attacked Ling Xiao's 9 vital points at the same time. It was like a black star falling. Humph! Ling Xiao just snorted. He could see that the opponent's attack was stronger than the previous one. However, he had only used the first move of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. At this moment, the second move was used. Another dragon-subduing sword qi pierced through the air. It wasn't the ancient hell dragon from before. It was a dark, green ancient hell dragon. The ancient hell dragon could cure diseases, but it could also kill. Boom! The black star and the divine dragon collided again. Heaven and earth trembled. Ling Xiao felt a little pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. Tu Hu was stunned. His attack was easily blocked by Ling Xiao. This was something he didn't expect. It was also because of this moment of shock. It gave Ling Xiao a chance to use the third move in a row, although the web between his thumb and forefinger hurt. Ling Xiao's physical body was so strong, how could he be afraid? The third move of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Another divine dragon pierced through the air. It was the power of the ancient hell dragon that represented fire. Seeing this, Tu Hu wanted to use the 9 Heaven Imperial Wind technique, but he found that it was too late, because the attack that he dodged earlier didn't dissipate. Although it was much weaker, it was already very close to him. Damn it! He could only block it. He waved his Zamadeo, and saber shadows appeared around his body. They split in all directions. Boom! The attacks of the two collided again. There was a fierce explosion of energy. The sound resounded in the void. The dazzling light made many people close their eyes involuntarily. Tu Hu looked down. He found that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. The next moment, he suddenly looked up. A black shadow came like a meteor. Tu Hu's face became very ugly. He didn't dare to take this attack head-on, because even if he took it, he couldn't. In a hurry, he couldn't mobilize his true essence so quickly. So he chose to escape in a sorry state. He used the 9 Heaven Imperial Wind technique, but he used it on Rolling Donkey. His body moved more than 10 meters in an instant. However, Tu Hu's sense of crisis still didn't fade. Subconsciously, without looking up, He raised the Zamadeo in his hand. He activated his true essence and attacked. Boom! Just then, Ling Xiao's attack fell. It directly hit the Zamadeo, Tu, whose body was directly blasted into the ground. Gravel flew, and spiderweb-like cracks on the ground quickly spread to the surroundings. The fifth move of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. After the fourth move, Ling Xiao didn't intend to stop attacking. He immediately used the fifth move. The roaring divine dragon bombarded Tu, whose body. It directly hit Tu, who into the ground. Plumes of black smoke rose from the pitch-black cave. This scene caused countless people to tremble in fear. Has Tu Hu lost? Those who were weak and had poor eyesight couldn't see what had happened at all. What they saw was that after a fight, Ling Xiao hit Tu Hu into the ground. Chapter 42:58. Most of the warriors were very surprised. Could it be that the murderous demon, Tu Hu, was defeated so easily? However, Yu Kilian, who was in the distance, was calm. Tu Hu was the person he found to deal with Ling Xiao. How could he be killed so easily? If he died so easily, Tu Hu wouldn't have been alive until now. He would have been killed by other warriors. Many experts were watching the battle. They looked at the deep pit where black smoke was rising. The expressions on their faces were different. Some were surprised, some were impressed, some were angry, some were unhappy, and naturally, some were calm. This kid is really good. The Flame Emperor watched the battle with a smile. How could he not come to watch such a big event? More importantly, he had promised Ling Xiao that he would protect Ling Xiao's safety for 3 years. He would not go back on his word. This was also his style of doing things. A person like Tu, who was beaten so badly by this kid. But that attack was still lacking in power. In the end, his cultivation is not enough to cause any serious damage to Tu Hu. That Tu Hu, I can tell with a single glance that he has cultivated his physical body to a terrifying level. Mr. Hua is right. Standing next to him was old Demon Han. He had always thought that the Flame Emperor was a brilliant alchemist, so he was prepared to join the Flame Emperor and learn the art of alchemy. However, the Flame Emperor did not reveal his true identity. He only said that he was Mr. Hua. Tu, who hasn't released his martial soul yet, but Ling Xiao has already used his beast soul transformation. Yu Dan said worriedly, Tu, who is coming. He is going to use his true strength. Boom! Just as the Flame Emperor spoke, the ground split open. A figure jumped out from inside. It was Tu Hu. However, Tu Hu's body had become much thinner. Not only that, but his huge Zamadeo had also become a slender Tang saber. It was sharp and domineering. Beautiful. The members of the Yu family in the crowd cheered. As long as Tu Hu was not killed, they still had hope. They must not let Ling Xiao be too complacent. What a powerful secret technique. So this was Tiger Slayer's real body. He looked quite handsome. That ugly appearance should be the skin that he used to hide his strength. The Flame Emperor chuckled. Mr. Hua, do you really want Ling Xiao to lose? A young man in the crowd asked. This person was none other than Ghost Sword. How could he not appear when Ling Xiao was fighting? Whether he wins or loses, what does that have to do with this old man's hopes? However, Tiger Slayer was definitely not easy to deal with, unless he could become even stronger. Otherwise, this battle will be difficult. The Flame Emperor said indifferently. Ghost Sword frowned. Ling Xiao, how will you deal with this? Tiger Slayer emerged from the ground with a Tang saber in his hand. His other hand seemed to be forming some kind of seal. A handsome smile bloomed on his face. The Tang saber is a weapon created by the Tang Empire of the Shinji continent. It had the advantages of both a sword and a saber. He could stab and slash. I was lucky enough to obtain it, and it's a divine grade Heavenly King artifact. To be honest, I admire you very much. You're the first person who can beat me so miserably. I admit that you're very powerful, but that's all. Are you done? Are these your last words? Ling Xiao chuckled. Tiger Slayer was stunned. He had exposed his true appearance and even more powerful strength. Ling Xiao still had such an indifferent attitude. Was he really not afraid, or was he just putting on an act? Forget it. I don't care if you're putting on an act or not. It doesn't matter. I said that this is a life and death duel, so I won't show mercy today. You'll soon know who will die. The Tang saber in Tiger Slayer's hand suddenly flickered with a black light, and the black light was getting denser and denser. Extreme Dan state. No, although this makes people feel that it's the power of the extreme Dan state. But it shouldn't have broken through that level of cultivation. However, to be able to create such a terrifying aura, you're really strong. Ling Xiao frowned, then calmed down. Young lord, do you think that Tiger Slayer can win? He might look strong now, but the battle has only been going on for a short while, and he has already exposed his true strength. That Ling Xiao, on the other hand, has a calm expression. I'm afraid he still has a trump card. Yu Dingtian looked at Yu Qiren and frowned. Do you know what I admire about Ling Xiao the most? Yu Qiren laughed. What? I admire his attitude the most. Even in the face of a landslide, his expression doesn't change. That's the kind of person I'm talking about. No matter what kind of trouble he encounters, he can always deal with it calmly. Even if he's panicking in his heart, he won't show it on his face. You guys should learn from him. No, I should learn from him too. Yu Qiren suddenly changed the topic and continued, but in a battle, it's not just about attitude. What's important is true strength. Ling Xiao might be a genius, but his cultivation is only at the late stage of the Earth Core realm. He's far from Tiger Slayer. But Tiger Slayer isn't just fierce. He hasn't used all his trump cards yet. Ling Xiao is destined to lose this battle. There's no other possibility. Since Tiger Slayer has already exposed his true strength, the following battle will probably be one-sided. Once Ling Xiao is dead, we won't have to worry about how to deal with this guy anymore. Yu Qiren, I know you're watching this battle. Do you think he can kill me? Before Yu Qiren could finish his words, a voice suddenly came from afar, giving him a fright. Ling Xiao, this fellow was really too strange. Young lord, it's fine. Yu Qiren shook his head and said, This kid is more difficult to deal with than I thought. But I still believe in Tiger Slayer. Whether it's cultivation or martial skills, Tiger Slayer is above him. He can't win. Although he said that, Yu Qiren couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although the uneasiness was very faint, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. You're crazy. Tiger Slayer's figure suddenly flashed. His body transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's words were not unpleasant to hear, but he looked down on him too much. This made him very uncomfortable, so he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, teach Ling Xiao a lesson, and let Ling Xiao understand his strength. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with, only less than 10 meters. Tiger Slayer suddenly launched an attack, which was a matter of a few seconds. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The tip of the Tang sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake. With a sword chi that could shatter the void, it directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Tricky and ruthless, the tip of the sword rapidly enlarged in Ling Xiao's pupils. Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest bit of fear. He would never underestimate the enemy. Even when he had the advantage, he would not. So, the moment Tiger Slayer attacked, he had already reacted in advance. His feet gently moved to the left. Tiger Slayer's attack completely missed, and did not even take a strand of Ling Xiao's hair. Bloodthirsty after-image blade. Tiger Slayer was not surprised. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was normal for him to avoid his attack. So he had a backup plan. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4259. Bloodthirsty Shadow Saber. Tu, who was not surprised that Ling Xiao dodged the first attack. The moment he missed Ling Xiao's body, the Tang saber in his hand moved to his left hand at a strange angle. Then he grabbed the handle of the saber and stabbed at Ling Xiao. It was the same move that Tu, who had used before. However, the power of this move was much stronger than before. Several saber chi shadows were released. They whistled sharply and shot toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's back was facing Tu Hu. He could feel the sharpness of the saber chi behind him. He frowned slightly. This tiger slayer was really something, especially after he returned to his original form. His combat power and speed had increased significantly. At such a close distance, Ling Xiao wanted to avoid the attack completely. That was simply impossible. At that moment, he made his choice. He continued to dash forward. At the same time, he stabbed the heavenly sword of the East Victory behind him. The sword chi touched the saber chi. It was directly shattered. It was also the first move of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. However, this time, it was not able to defeat his opponent, Tu, whose saber chi was greatly weakened. But in the end, some saber chi still hit Ling Xiao's back. However, this severely weakened saber chi could not cause any serious damage to Ling Xiao. His skin was not even scratched. However, this was also the first time that Tu, whose attack hit Ling Xiao. The situation seemed to have changed. Tu, who began to gain the upper hand. That was what everyone thought. However, Ling Xiao did not think so. The moment he was hit, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared from where he stood, falling plumb shadow steps. The next moment, a black shadow charged at Tu, who from the front. Tu, who did not stop moving. He just happened to be heading toward the black shadow. I don't know how you got to the front. However, I am not the same as before. 9 luminaries, black sun / Tiger Slayer snorted coldly and attacked with his Tang saber again. He did not retreat at all. Humans always lose a part of their intelligence when they become stronger. No matter who it is, they can't change this habit. At this moment, Ling Xiao's strange voice sounded. A terrifying sword chi slashed towards Tu Hu's neck. It turned out that what had appeared in front of him was only a clone of Luo Mei. If Tu Hu had been more attentive, he would have noticed it. Unfortunately, his strength had skyrocketed. He had actually forgotten to think. He felt that everything could be solved with strength. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy with his sword. He used the second move of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. Its power was naturally stronger than the first move. He could feel the rapidly approaching sword blade. Tu Hu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Right now he had to make a choice. He gritted his teeth. He simply leaped forward. In Tiger Slayer's opinion, Ling Xiao's main body was definitely stronger than Falling Plum's doppelganger. There was nothing wrong with his judgment. The 9 Heavens Imperial Wind technique allowed him to successfully dodge Ling Xiao's attack. However, he was stabbed in the abdomen by Luo Mei's shadow clone. However, this sword only left a very small wound on his abdomen. Although he was bleeding, it did not affect Tu Hu much at all. However, this was not Ling Xiao's final attack. He took advantage of Tu Hu's weakness of fighting with his back. Ling Xiao activated his vital essence again. The third move of the dragon-subduing swords stabbed out again. He attacked Tu Hu's back like a ghost. He did not give Tu Hu a chance to turn around. Tu Hu could only continue to charge forward. The sword of Luo Mei's shadow clone kept stabbing there, and the wound became deeper and deeper. Although the 23 dragon-subduing swords could use sword chi for mid-range and long-range attacks. However, in the end, close combat was still the most powerful. Moreover, once he got close, Ling Xiao could not only use his sword. He could use his arms, feet, legs, and even his knees and teeth. His fleshly body was so strong. And he could also use strange fire, immortal fire, and divine fire. This was the reason why most warriors who fought with him did not want to get close to him. Once he got close, even warriors in the core fragmentation realm would have a headache. The continuous attacks left Tu, who with no choice but to block them, in a sorry state. However, Tu Hu's 9 Heavens Imperial Wind technique was really powerful. Even in such a passive situation, he could still turn the situation around. He dodged Ling Xiao's attacks again and again. Ling Xiao used the 3rd sword all the way to the 7th sword. However, he did not manage to hit Tu Hu once. It's really a good movement technique. It's almost on par with my Luo Mei Clear Shadow Step. Ling Xiao was also very impressed as he watched. On the battlefield, the battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. Terrifying vital essence was constantly shooting in all directions. The battle between the two was like a comet hitting the earth. Every time they collided, it would cause a wave of exclamations, because both of them were extremely fast. In the end, what many people could only see was a black light and a red light. They were fighting in the sky and on the ground. After a short collision, the next thing they did was to show off their abilities again. Watching the battle, many people's expressions were dull, especially those who knew Tu Hu well. They knew very well what kind of existence Tu Hu was. Ling Xiao could actually fight to this extent against Tu Hu. It was really surprising. Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. He thought that his strength was close to Tu Hu's. But from the looks of it, compared to Ling Xiao and Tu Hu, he was a far cry from them. Fortunately, he did not join forces with Tu Hu. Otherwise, he would be a burden to Tu Hu. This kid is really admirable. Fire Emperor sighed. I thought that he would definitely pay a price for his arrogance this time. This would be beneficial for his future development, but I didn't expect that he could actually do this. But then again, he has already used the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon-subduing swords. He also failed to defeat Tu Hu. It will be difficult next. The blue stone floor and the walls were full of sword and saber marks. From time to time, the lake water would even surge, splashing more than 10 meters high. Everyone stopped talking. They just stared at the battle between the two and moved along with their figures. As the battle became more and more intense, the hearts of those who supported and opposed Ling Xiao were in their throats. Yu Kilian's expression was not very good. He originally thought that the moment Tu Hu revealed his true form, Ling Xiao should be easily defeated. But the reality in front of him made it difficult for him to breathe. Not only did Ling Xiao not collapse, he even suppressed Tu Hu again. What exactly did he rely on? His strength did not increase at all. Was this the so-called fighting genius? Boom! Under everyone's attention, Tiger Slayer and Ling Xiao finally clashed on a large scale. Then the two of them started to stagger. After retreating more than 10 steps, they became clear. Both of them were panting. But Tu Hu was obviously more serious, and there were wounds on both of their bodies. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4260. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body were very obvious. However, they were all superficial wounds. They couldn't hurt his core at all. Moreover, these wounds had already formed scabs. It wouldn't take long for them to completely recover. As for Tu Hu, he wasn't in a good condition either. There was a serious sword wound on his abdomen. It had already torn his stomach open. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to quickly heal the wound. As for the other parts of his body, they were intact. Seeing such a situation, many people made their own judgments. It seemed that Ling Xiao had suppressed Tu Hu, but in fact, it seemed that Tu Hu had the upper hand. A gust of wind blew past. It was as if the horn of battle had been blown. Both of them were highly focused again. They instantly tensed up. Tu Hu took a deep breath and then exhaled. Finally, a black smoke began to faintly appear behind him. It's coming. Tu who is finally going to use his most terrifying trump card. Seeing this, many people knew that Tu who was going to use his martial soul. Tu who hadn't used his martial soul up until now. It was because he felt that it wasn't satisfying enough. He was also a battle maniac. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao without using his martial soul. But it seemed that he couldn't do it now. Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He had no choice but to use his martial soul. He actually forced Tu who to use that uncontrollable martial soul. Is this Ling Xiao really that strong? But this time it's really going to end. Yu Qilian was a little surprised. He thought that he had overestimated Ling Xiao. But now he realized that he had underestimated him. Boom! The black smoke behind Tu who finally took shape. Just like the Yu family's demon shadow, this guy's martial soul was also a demon shadow. However, his demon shadow was a little strange. It seemed that it couldn't transform. It only had one form. And this form was more like a black sun. Around his body, there was constantly energy spreading out like ripples in a lake. Everyone who came into contact with this energy felt their scalp go numb. Suddenly, the image of a scorched earth flashed in their minds. Obsidian martial soul. This is the highest level of the phantom martial spirit. Yu Dingtian cried out in alarm. In the Yu family, only the patriarch was qualified to awaken such a martial soul. In other words, if he awakened the obsidian martial soul, he might become the patriarch. Could it be? Yu Dingtian looked at Yu Qiren. Yu Qiren sighed. That's right, his surname is Yu, and he's my younger brother, his biological brother. Because that year he went crazy for some reason and actually killed his mother and escaped from the Yu family. That's why he's wanted. So it's like this. Yu Dingtian was astonished. I always thought that sister-in-law was secretly harmed by the Qi family. This is a secret, so I'll have to trouble you all to keep it a secret. Don't easily leak it out. It's bad for our Yu family's reputation. Yu Qiren said. Of course we know that. On the other side, Tu whose eyes were also burning with black flames. His body gradually floated up. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly and said, Since you've made me happy today, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a straightforward answer. Ling Xiao looked at Tu who in the sky. The strange obsidian martial soul was condensing a terrifying power that was enough to make him tremble with fear. So this is your trump card, huh? Then I'll show you what my trump card is. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He finally took out the Dongsheng demonic sword. 2 swords? So what if you have 2 swords? You call that a trump card? Tu who said with disdain. 2 swords? Do you really think they're just 2 swords? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Your vision is still too narrow. Fuse. The Dongsheng demonic sword and Dongsheng heavenly sword were originally one sword. Their sword souls came from the same blood-fang, heaven-splitting rat. After they were separated, their power naturally weakened. When they fused, their power was unimaginable. The moment the Dongsheng demonic sword and heavenly sword fused, leaping on the sword was an ancient, ferocious beast. It released a ferocious aura. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire human world into its stomach. The violent power was extremely shocking. What? Tu whose expression changed. He could feel that his martial soul was trembling in front of the terrifying beast. The obsidian martial soul was afraid. This was impossible. Emperor Yen, obsidian. Tu whose heart was trembling because of fear. Therefore, he released his most powerful attack at that moment. Emperor Yen, obsidian. The black flames formed a huge human figure. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. The surrounding air also started to heat up at that moment. 9 dragon subduing swords fuse. The 9 swords attacked continuously and naturally became more and more powerful. The power of the 9 swords fused was the most terrifying. Ling Xiao stood there. He performed all 9 moves. The 9 divine dragons fused into the Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat. The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat became even more ferocious. Its body also became bigger. It let out a terrifying roar. It pounced on Tu Hu. Everyone knew that the two of them had finally used their final trump card. The outcome would be decided in this attack. Boom! The Bloodfang heaven-splitting rat and the Obsidian Flame Emperor collided. The black flames and the blood-red sword aura merged together. It formed an unprecedented, terrifying storm. It swept towards the surroundings. "Run for your life!" someone shouted. They ran towards the distance. "You Dingtian, you Chirin," and the others hurriedly flew over. They blocked the crazy storm. If they didn't block it, everything here would be razed to the ground. This was the Yu family's territory. They couldn't let that happen. Who won? Everyone was asking the same question, but no one could answer. This time, the duel lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually disappeared into nothingness. There was only one person standing there. Ling Xiao. Puff! Suddenly, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he was also seriously injured. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he came to Fengdu City. But he didn't regret it, because he won. Tu, who was still inferior to him. He was completely crushed by him. Moreover, this battle had directly increased the energy in his cultivation to 50%. At this stage, it was really not easy to increase it by 50%. Not only that, the first 9 moves of the 23 dragon-subduing swords had been completed. As long as he could cultivate to the perfection stage, he could start to cultivate the next 14 moves. In the end, the incomplete 23 dragon-subduing swords still couldn't display its true power. It was said to be a 9th level Emperor martial skill. But in fact, except for the last move that reached the power of a 9th level Emperor martial skill, the first attack was only slightly stronger than a peak Emperor level martial skill. It was not complete. It seemed that he had to cultivate the first 9 moves to the perfection stage as soon as possible. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 42-61. Young Master, are you all right? Ancestor Scarlet Flame asked. I'm fine. Ling Xiao sat on the ground. He was panting heavily. His face was a little pale, but his expression was very happy. Only then did Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus, Swordswoman, breathe a sigh of relief. It's over. This guy is too strong. Even Tiger Slayer is not his opponent. Who can beat him? Among the crowd, there was a voice of despair. Yeah, a strong person like Tiger Slayer was actually killed by him. It's too terrifying. Many people were full of confidence in Tiger Slayer. They felt that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to be Tiger Slayer's opponent. But the current outcome was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. It made them a little confused. I'll challenge you. Yang Zhan suddenly walked out. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, Your challenge time shouldn't be over yet, right? Shameless. Can't you see that our young master is already injured? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said angrily. Yang Zhan's action of taking advantage of others' difficulties made him very unhappy. The crowd was also whispering, feeling that Yang Zhan was a little embarrassed. But Yang Zhan smiled and said, The rules were set by Ling Xiao himself. No one forced him. If he doesn't dare to fight, then say it. I'm not forcing him. That's right. Senior brother Yang Zhan didn't violate the rules. That's right. If you're afraid, then you're afraid. Don't find excuses. The crowd also followed suit. After all, most of the spectators here were from the Yu family. They didn't care whether Yang Zhan's actions were moral or not, as long as they could defeat Ling Xiao, just like how they supported Tiger Slayer before, who said, I don't dare to fight. Ling Xiao sneered and stood up. I naturally won't violate the rules I set myself. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, will be afraid of trash like you? Young master, don't be impulsive, Green Lotus swordswoman hurriedly said. It doesn't matter if you don't fight with him. Anyway, everyone knows that you're injured and consumed a lot of energy. It's only interesting to defeat him when I'm injured. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, All right, Yangzhan, enough nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. But I'm warning you, I'm not in a good mood right now. So if I hit you too hard, I'll kill you. Don't blame me. Hee, the phrase tough on the outside but cowardly on the inside describes you right now. Yang Zhan said disdainfully. Whatever you say. Attack! Ling Xiao waved at Yang Zhan. To be honest, he was indeed very tired now, and his injuries were not light. In this state, he was definitely not Yang Zhan's match. However, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. Life reversal. This move could allow him to recover to his peak state in an instant. The cooldown time was only 3 hours. It was meant for times like this. Yang Zhan naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had such a divine skill. He didn't waste his breath and directly attacked. He wanted to eliminate Ling Xiao while Ling Xiao was exhausted. Pooh! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly half-squatted on the ground. No one realized that he was faking it. Ling Xiao only had one purpose in doing this, and that was to kill Yang Zhan in an instant with lightning speed. To do this, he had to make Yang Zhan let down his guard. Otherwise, even if he was in peak condition, it would take a lot of time to defeat Yang Zhan. His deterrence would also be reduced. He didn't like that. Only by defeating Yang Zhan in one move could he intimidate everyone. Chance! Yang Zhan didn't consider anything else at all. When he saw Ling Xiao spit out blood and his condition worsen, he naturally thought that it was because Ling Xiao was seriously injured in the battle with Tu Hu. At this moment, he put all his energy into attacking. As for defense, he completely ignored it. Seeing Yang Zhan charge at Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's weak appearance, the Yu family's martial artists all shouted excitedly, Kill him! Kill Ling Xiao! Well done, Yang Zhan! The heated shouts came to an abrupt end in the next instant. Yang Zhan's attack landed in the air. Ling Xiao avoided his attack at the last moment. At the same time, he pierced Yang Zhan's dantian with lightning speed. There was no suspense. Yang Zhan died on the spot. Before he died, he kept muttering the word impossible, because he couldn't understand why he was defeated. Why did he die? Ling Xiao gently shook the blood on his sword, and his originally dispirited appearance was swept away. Idiot! Do you really think I was provoked by you on impulse? At this moment, the crowd also burst into puzzled shouts. He's not injured. How is it possible? How did he do it? He was so weak after the battle with Tu Hu just now. Damn it, this guy is too cunning. He's too powerful. How did he do it? In fact, it wasn't just these people who didn't know. Even Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were dumbfounded. In that instant, just now they had almost attacked. Who knew that Ling Xiao's movements were even faster than theirs? Is this the other trump card of the young master? Is it an elixir? Or a divine ability? This kid! The Fire Emperor was also stunned. Ling Xiao's performance today was really beyond his expectations. If he had to use a word to describe this performance, it would be awesome. Who else? Ling Xiao kicked Yang Zhan's corpse into the crowd. Then he roared domineeringly. Ling Xiao, you're finished. How dare you kill the eldest disciple of the Yang family? The patriarch will definitely not let you off. A group of Yang family warriors carried Yang Zhan's corpse away. Ling Xiao knew that what he would face next was the thunderous rage of the Yang family patriarch. Perhaps because of his identity, the Yang family patriarch would not openly deal with him. However, it was absolutely possible for him to act in secret. If it weren't for the Fire Emperor, he might have spared Yang Zhan's life to avoid angering the Yang family patriarch. However, with the Fire Emperor around. What was there to be afraid of? If the Yang family patriarch insisted on killing him, then he could weaken the strength of the Yu family alliance. Losing a divine physique realm martial artist was a huge loss to the Yu family. Where is senior disciple Yu Qiong going? While Ling Xiao was thinking about the Yang family, he suddenly heard a voice. He looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw Yu Qiong walking out from the crowd. Senior disciple Yu Qiong is already an early-stage extreme core realm warrior. This doesn't conform to Ling Xiao's rules. Even if he wants to avenge senior disciple Yang Zhan, I'm afraid it's impossible. Ling Xiao won't agree to it, and the two warriors behind him won't agree to it either. Sai, this is so annoying. I really want to see senior disciple Yu Qiong teach Ling Xiao a lesson. It would be best if he could beat up that Ling Xiao so badly that even his own father can't recognize him. Amidst the discussions, Yu Qiong had already arrived at the battlefield. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong with a faint smile on his face, knowing that a heavenly core warrior was no match for him. This extreme core realm warrior couldn't sit still any longer, but this was good too. After the fight with Tu Hu, he had learned a lot. He was looking for an even stronger martial artist to hone his martial skills and cultivation. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4262. Not to mention, Ling Xiao's body had broken through to the peak of 8th Order Emperor Realm. He had cultivated the demonic black martial body, but the demonic lightning jade had been completely consumed. The next step was to absorb the energy from the demonic heart. Without a stronger opponent, he couldn't do it. His body had to continue to improve. As for Yu Qiong, she had wanted to kill him when they were in the Fengdu Devil Forest. He wanted to kill Yu Qiong as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable battlefield for him. If Yu Qiong really wanted to fight him, he wouldn't mind accepting the challenge. Standing there, Yu Qiong stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong with a faint smile on his face. Yu Qiong was the number 1 man under the age of 50. At least, that was the case in the Yu family. In the past, he was a monster genius in everyone's eyes. But ever since Ling Xiao appeared, the situation seemed to have changed. Ling Xiao was in the limelight right now. The alchemy conference and the arena had caused Ling Xiao's limelight to overshadow Yu Qiong's. Yu Qiong was very unhappy. Ling Xiao, have you had enough fun? You're invincible under the heavenly core realm. I admit it, and I believe everyone here has admitted it. If that's the case, there's no need for you to prove your strength by using warriors under the heavenly core realm, right? Fight me, do you dare? Yu Qiong's voice sounded out. Sure enough, she was here to challenge him. Are you an idiot? I'm only at the late Earth core realm, and you're at the early extreme core realm. You want me to fight you? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Ling Xiao mocked. When he said this, many people lowered their heads, including those from the Yu family. This was so damn embarrassing. So many heavenly core warriors couldn't even defeat a late Earth core warrior, and they had to rely on a peak core warrior to regain their face. How shameful. Ling Xiao is right. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Ghost Sword walked out from the crowd. Hugging the long sword in his hand, he said coldly, You and I are both ultimate Dan realm martial artists. I can play with you until you're satisfied. Yu Qiong's face darkened. You want me to fight Ghost Sword? That was simply asking him to go and embarrass himself. He knew his own situation best. He was definitely no match for Ghost Sword. You don't dare! If that's the case, how can you still have the face to challenge Ling Xiao? Yu Qiong gritted her teeth. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, don't stand behind Ghost Sword. How could he rely on others? You are just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Who told you I was going to hide behind him? You trash! You even lost to me in the battle for the demonic epiphyllum. I really don't know what a loser like you has to show off in front of me. Your Yu family just wants you to teach me a lesson so that you can regain your face. How could I not know what you guys are thinking? However, I want compensation for this unfair battle. If you don't agree, then forget it. I'm just a late Earth Core realm martial artist. No one will laugh at me if I don't want to fight an ultimate Dan realm martial artist. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. What compensation? Yu Qiong hurriedly asked. It seemed like there was a way. Simple. Give me 10 sets of broken core divine water. Ling Xiao said lightly. 10 sets. Why don't you go rob a bank? Our Yu family only has 10 sets in total. How are we going to use them if we give them all to you? Yu Qiong said angrily. Then 5 sets. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Yu Qiong wouldn't give him 10 sets. He was just testing Yu Qiong's bottom line. No. Yu Qiong shook her head firmly. Then go away. You don't have the right to participate in this battle. Ling Xiao waved his hand. You don't want compensation and you want to bully the weak? How can there be such a good thing in this world? 3 sets. 3 sets at most. If you don't agree, then forget it. Yu Qiong gritted her teeth and looked at Yu Qiren in the distance. Fine. Give me the items first, and I'll agree to fight you. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you afraid that our Yu family will go back on their word? Yu Qiong's face was gloomy. I'm not afraid that your Yu family will go back on their word, but I know that you will. So give me the items first. Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Qiong gritted her teeth. In the distance, Yu Killian nodded. Soon, the 3 sets of herbs were brought over. Ling Xiao checked carefully and confirmed that there were no problems. Then he said to Yu Qiong, let's go back. Tomorrow morning we'll fight here. Then he took the herbs and went back to his room. He had made a killing this time. 3 sets of broken core divine water was not enough even if he had 300 million upper spiritual stones. The problem was, even if you had the money, others might not have the herbs. Although Ling Xiao knew how to concoct the broken core divine water, without the herbs, he couldn't make anything out of it. Now, all he had to do was agree to fight Yu Qiong, and he got all these herbs for free. This was amazing. That guy must be crazy. How dare he accept senior disciple Yu Qiong's challenge? Who cares? He's going to die soon. That's right, he can be invincible under the heavenly core realm. But he won't be able to defeat those at the extreme core realm. That's right. This time, let's see if that guy can still be so arrogant. The warriors from the Yu family didn't expect Ling Xiao to accept the challenge. It was an unreasonable challenge. They all thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind. Otherwise, he must be crazy. They followed Yu Qiong and left like stars surrounding the moon. They were waiting to see how Yu Qiong would deal with Ling Xiao tomorrow. Tonight, many of them wouldn't be able to sleep well. Ling Xiao, your decision is too impulsive. Right after they entered the room, Ghost Sword said, You were able to take down the heavenly devil Epiphyllum because you relied on your intelligence and luck. But in a one-on-one fight, there aren't that many variables. The power of the extreme core realm is not something you can imagine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Ghost Sword, but it's too late for you to say anything now. I've already agreed to Yu Qiong's challenge in front of so many people, and you want me to back out now? That would be so embarrassing. Besides, I've already gotten all these good things. Even if you want me to give them back, I won't do it. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent expression, Actually, I know that extreme core realm warrior isn't easy to deal with. But don't worry, all of you don't have to worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have made such a decision. He had so many trump cards. He wasn't afraid of Yu Qiong at all. The martial soul of Tyrant and the extreme core realm giant devil. Yu Qiong alone wasn't enough to deal with him. Therefore, although this fight seemed dangerous, the result had already been decided before it even started. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't use his trump cards so quickly. If he won too easily, he wouldn't be able to train himself anymore. It was better for him to fight with Yu Qiong with his own strength. Hopefully, he could use this opportunity to break through again and reach the perfect Earth Core realm. Then he could temper his body to the 9th level Emperor realm. Chapter 42-63. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Yu Kaiden and the others also turned and left. Qiong, Oi's challenge. Are you the one who arranged it? Yu Dingtian suddenly looked at Yu Kaiden and asked, That's right. That brat Ling Xiao is too outrageous. If he had stayed in the Yu family obediently, I wouldn't have said anything. But he dared to challenge the dignity of the Yu family. He used the geniuses of the Yu family as his stepping stones. I was the one who sent Tu Hu to kill him. But unfortunately, that guy was useless. Now, I can only place my hope on Yu Qiong. Yu Kaiden clenched his teeth and said, But I didn't expect this guy to agree so easily. Could it be that he still has some trump cards? Bullshit trump cards. Qiong is a peak core warrior. The gap between their cultivation levels is too big. Ling Xiao can't do anything. Yu Wentian said in disdain. That's right. Although Ling Xiao is a genius with his late Earth Core cultivation level, he can't possibly win against Qiong, or who is at the peak core realm. Yu Lianhua shook her head and said he had basically revealed all his strength in the fight with Tu Hu. It took him so much effort to kill Tu Hu. It's impossible for him to win against Qiong. That's true. Looks like I'm worrying too much. Yu Kaiden shook his head and smiled. No matter how he thought about it, there was no way Ling Xiao could win against Yu Qiong. At the same time at Ling Xiao's place. Fine, since you've made your decision. I won't say anything else. I hope you can win tomorrow. I'll definitely come and watch the fight. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao, Ghost Sword helplessly shook his head and left. After he left, the Fire Emperor came again. Good kid, you're brave. But can you really win against Yu Qiong? Why are you asking me the same question? Ling Xiao said helplessly, Let me put it this way. I'm at the critical stage of my breakthrough. Among all the warriors below the heavenly core realm. Unless it's someone like Tu Hu, they can barely help me. Therefore, I need a stronger opponent to stimulate me and help me break through. Although Yu Qiong was already at the early stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm, she was still a martial artist. However, he was probably the weakest person in this realm. Previously in the Fundu demonic forest, I saw him make a move. His mastery of various combat skills was not bad, but it was obvious that he lacked actual combat experience. This was especially true when facing a powerful opponent. I guessed that he would only bully those weaker than him in the past. If he couldn't even defeat this Yu Qiong, then he would encounter other warriors in the early stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm. There's even less chance for me to win. Everyone thought that he had set up the arena to trample on the Yu family's martial artists and the Fundu Devil Kingdom's martial artists. Actually, he wasn't that bored. The most fundamental goal was, of course, to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The battle with Yu Qiong was very crucial. If he did well, he might be able to break through to the complete Earth Core realm. His physical body could also evolve to the 9th Order Emperor realm. He could also use the 23 dragon-subduing swords and the heaven-covering palm print more skillfully. This was definitely a good thing with no downsides. Even if it was dangerous, there was nothing to be afraid of. Good. You're really different. Fire Emperor nodded and said, But isn't the speed of your cultivation breakthrough a bit too fast? Others can only break through once in a few years or decades, but you can break through in a few days? What kind of monster are you? He knew that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the late stage of the Earth Core realm not long ago. How could he break through so quickly? He was simply a monster among monsters. Even those monsters in the Golden City would become ordinary people in front of Ling Xiao. They weren't on the same level at all. That's right. Don't you know whose young master this is? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said proudly, and the young master is not only talented, he's simply desperate for cultivation. Look at this time, in order to break through, he actually challenged Yu Qiong. If it was someone else who would dare, Yu Qiong wouldn't stop there. At the very least, she would destroy the young master's physical body. That's right, not only is he talented, but he is also fighting crazily in order to increase his cultivation. This is indeed his biggest advantage. Fire Emperor nodded and said, "All right, I won't leave tonight. I guess there will definitely be uninvited guests tonight." He wasn't worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Qiong. Instead, he was worried that someone would sneak an attack on Ling Xiao at night. "Thank you, Senior Fire Emperor." Although Fire Emperor lost the bet, Ling Xiao knew very well that he shouldn't be too pretentious in front of such an expert. It was better to be more respectful. Otherwise, if he angered the other party, he wouldn't protect you and wouldn't fulfill the bet. After that, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Fire Emperor went to chat at the side. As for what they were talking about, Ling Xiao didn't know. He had benefited a lot from the battle with Tu Hu today, so he had to digest it well. Tu Hu's adaptability and ferocity in the battle. It wasn't something that an ordinary warrior could have. Even if he lost in one move, he wouldn't be depressed at all. Instead, he would quickly counterattack. If Tu Hu's opponent wasn't Ling Xiao, if Ling Xiao didn't have the Tai Chi Eye, the outcome of today's battle was probably unknown. Late at night, a black shadow arrived outside Ling Xiao's residence. His entire body was wrapped in black clothes. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. These eyes were filled with ferocity and anger. "Tonight, I must kill you," he muttered to himself and leaped into the courtyard. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end as he looked at the figure in the courtyard in horror. The same black clothes, the same mask. However, the expression in his eyes was filled with disdain and contempt. "Get lost. This is my only warning." This masked man was naturally the Fire Emperor. He wanted to protect Ling Xiao, but he couldn't be recognized. Otherwise, there would be trouble. "Who exactly are you?" The person who came to assassinate Ling Xiao was the head of the Yang family, a divine body realm expert. How could he leave so easily? Who I am is not important. What's important is that you can get lost now. The Fire Emperor said indifferently. "Humph, pretentious." The head of the Yang family snorted and attacked. Although his opponent made him feel an eerie chill and fear, he was still a divine body realm expert. How could he be so cowardly? "You're really courting death." The Fire Emperor sighed softly. The moment the head of the Yang family approached, he suddenly attacked. He hit his opponent's abdomen with his palm. The pitiful head of the Yang family was clearly a divine body realm expert, but his bones were shattered by this attack. His dantian exploded and he died. The Fire Emperor didn't look at the corpse. Instead, he returned to his room. Early the next morning, many people gathered outside the residence. There was a sea of people, several times more than usual. At this moment, everyone was surrounding the corpse on the ground and discussing. The abdomen of the corpse had already festered, but the face was intact. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4264. Someone reported the matter of the corpse to Yu Qiren. Yu Qiren personally came to the scene. The moment he removed the black cloth, his face instantly turned pale. The Yang family patriarch. Many people in the crowd recognized this person. The Yang family patriarch and the Yu family patriarch had appeared in front of these cultivators before. A divine physique realm cultivator was killed? Could it be Ling Xiao's subordinates? Yu Dingtian frowned. Impossible. Although the Yang family patriarch was weaker than my father, he was still a divine physique realm cultivator. After all, He was a divine physique realm cultivator. A mere core fragmentation realm cultivator couldn't have killed him. Yu Qiren shook his head. I'm afraid it was a divine physique realm cultivator. Just who is this Ling Xiao? Damn it, could it be an expert from the City of Gold? Yu Wentian frowned. Perhaps. What a pity. The Yang family patriarch was originally a loyal and powerful dog of our Yu family. Now only a corpse is left. Sigh. Yu Qiren sighed. His fear of Ling Xiao deepened. Tell someone to deal with the corpse and hand it over to the Yang family for a proper burial. It seems like we can't deal with Ling Xiao behind his back. He must have a powerful divine physique realm cultivator behind him, stronger than the patriarch. Yu Dingtian frowned. I'm not sure, but from the way the Yang family patriarch died, he was killed in one move. At the very least, this person is at my father's level. We can't afford to offend him. Yu Qiren suddenly felt a little afraid. He began to regret the Yu family constantly provoking Ling Xiao. Would this be the beginning of the Yu family's destruction? Young master, what happened? Yu Qiong arrived at the battlefield, surrounded by a group of people. It's fine. Just focus on fighting. Remember, if you have the chance, kill Ling Xiao. Yu Qiren didn't tell Yu Qiong about the Yang family patriarch's death. His goal was simple, to not distract Yu Qiong. Perhaps this was the only way to kill Ling Xiao. The person behind Ling Xiao couldn't possibly interfere with a fair duel. Yo, you're all early. The door opened and Ling Xiao stretched. He seemed to be in good spirits. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were still behind him. The Flame King had already left secretly. The fewer people who knew about the existence of the Fire Emperor, the better. Yo, your sister. This guy doesn't look nervous at all. That's right. He's going to face our senior brother, Yu Qiong, of the extreme stage of Pill. You're too calm, bastard. Sure. Keep your voice down and don't anger the person behind him. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. The discussion gradually died down. This was because many people suddenly recalled the miserable state of the patriarch of the Yang family. The head of the Yang family was a divine physique echelon expert. The strongest among them was only at the core fragmentation realm. If he really angered the person behind Ling Xiao, he would not be far from death. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd in disdain, then pointed at Yu Qiong and said, Speak, what are the rules of today's duel? Is it just a little? Or is it fine as long as you don't kill? Or is it a life and death duel? A life and death duel. Do you dare? Yu Qiong said coldly. Do you want to die so badly? Ling Xiao smiled, then nodded and said, Forget it. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. It's a life and death duel. In the eyes of the Yu family, Ling Xiao's every move was practically a provocation and disdain to them. He was clearly facing an early stage, extreme stage of pill powerhouse, Yu Qiong, but he appeared so relaxed. Wasn't this clearly looking down on them? You should be afraid. You should be afraid. You should be trembling. You're really not afraid at all? Yu Qiong frowned. He could not understand Ling Xiao's confidence. Where did this confidence come from? Don't talk nonsense. Whether I'm afraid or not, the final result will be the same. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. In that instant, a somber aura surged toward the crowd. Among the group of people standing in the front row, many of them were so scared that they took a step back and fell to the ground. They were battered and exhausted. Ha ha ha, so this is the Yu family? You talk big, but you don't have much guts. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Humph, you can only put on airs like this. Yu Qiong coldly snorted and said, In a moment, I will make you kneel in our Yu family's territory. Apologize to everyone in the Yu family. I'll prove that you're a piece of trash. Haha, if you can beat me, then an apology is nothing. Ling Xiao was still smiling calmly. He did not take Yu Qiong's words seriously at all. This Ling Xiao's attitude is always so good. Yu Qiong can't compare to him in this aspect. He was too emotional. After being slightly angered by someone, he lost his composure. That's not good. Yu Qilian frowned. That's nothing. That Ling Xiao will only use this kind of trick. When he uses this kind of trick, it proves that he has no real means to deal with Yu Qiong. Yu Wentian laughed. That's true. Only a weakling would use such a despicable move. Yu Dingtian nodded. No matter what, as long as Yu Qiong is serious, he should be able to win. Don't be swayed by him, Yu Lianhua said. Yu Qiong also overheard their conversation. He was very unconvinced in his heart. He was clearly at the pinnacle of the core realm. Why were the higher-ups of the Yu family worried about his failure? Hateful. Ling Xiao, I'll definitely kill you. He lifted his foot and walked out of the crowd. Then, a sharp sword intent bloomed. A pitch-black long sword appeared behind his back. That was the transformed state of the specter martial soul. Yu Qiong was good at the sword Dao. Therefore, his specter martial soul also developed in the form of the sword Dao. When we were in the Fengdu demon forest, we didn't have a chance to fight, so you underestimated me. But today, I'll let you know the consequences of underestimating a pinnacle of the core realm. Boom! The terrifying aura continued to rise. Yu Qiong's battle intent soared crazily. The black, long sword behind him exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, as if it had a life of its own. It seems that you've also cultivated some kind of body refinement martial technique. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Haha, you're not blind. Do you think you're the only one who knows body refinement martial techniques? I know it too. And what I've cultivated is the sharpest and most terrifying specter sword body in the world. Yu Qiong smiled coldly. Specter sword body? Ling Xiao frowned and opened his Tai Chi eye. He found that Yu Qiong's physical body was not the original. Instead, it was a postnatal physical body that was forcefully refined with some kind of special metal or weapon. It was estimated that the original physical body had already been destroyed. This physical body was more powerful than Ling Xiao had imagined. Not only was the defensive power astonishing, but any part of the body could also turn into a sharp edge. It had an extremely powerful attack power. In other words, when fighting with this guy, one couldn't just look at the sword in the opponent's hand, because any part of the opponent could be a sword. Chapter 42, 65. Do you regret it now? I've investigated you carefully before. The reason why you can challenge those of a higher level is nothing more than your physical body. Without the advantage of your physical body, you're not worth mentioning at all. Yu Qiong seemed very excited. It was probably the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time that finally erupted. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time, but he had never exposed his trump card. Until today. As he spoke, his body actually released a sharp light that was like a sword blade. A terrifying sword intent filled his entire body. It was as if every cell and every inch of consciousness was an unsheathed, peerless blade. So strong, but I like it. What many people didn't understand was that Ling Xiao, who should be afraid, revealed an excited expression at this time. For Ling Xiao, the stronger Yu Qiong was, the more advantageous it was for him. This would help him achieve his goal. Anyway, he had the two divine skills, rebirth from ashes and life backtrack. He was not afraid. After all, he had 3 lives. What was there to be afraid of if he died once? You like it? Ha ha ha, interesting. It's really interesting. I, Yu Qiong, have seen a lot of arrogant people. But it's really the first time I've seen a guy like you who doesn't know what's good for him. Yu Qiong laughed wildly, and in the next moment his entire body released a bright sword light. He himself was a sword. Others relied on cultivation to achieve the unity of man and sword. This guy had directly tempered his body into a sword. It could be considered to be a different path. After saying that, he suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Originally, Yu Qiong who was in the extreme realm of core, was not much slower than Ling Xiao in terms of speed. In addition, this phantom sword body and all the treasures on his body, in addition to the advantage in cultivation. Against Ling Xiao, he would absolutely crush him. According to common sense, Ling Xiao was definitely not Yu Qiong's opponent. No one could see the possibility of Ling Xiao winning. So everyone was very curious. How was Ling Xiao going to win? At that moment, Yu Qiong turned into a sword light and shot towards Ling Xiao like a silver-white dragon. It was full of sharpness and killing intent. Crack! The sword light tore through the void and the air was sliced apart like a piece of paper. There was also a long sword mark on the ground. The ground here had been flattened yesterday, but today it was rotten once again. 23 dragon-subduing swords, piercing the eye of the dragon. Facing Yu Qiong's attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. The Dong Sheng Fiend God sword had already fused into one. Wrapped in the dragon's subduing sword energy, he struck out. A dragon's shadow roared and collided with the terrifying sword chi. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if he had crashed into a 10,000-ton ship. His small body was unable to withstand the impact and was easily sent flying. Yu Qiong wanted to give chase, but she found a giant hand descending from the sky. He frowned and had no choice but to stop. He waved his arm and unleashed a terrifying sword chi, which collided with Ling Xiao's heaven-covering palm. The giant palm that covered the sky shattered. But at this time, it was already too late to chase after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crashed into the building behind him. The entire building collapsed instantly. Damn, she's really strong. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ultimate stage of the alchemy realm was indeed extraordinary, although there was no difference between the two of them in terms of physical strength. But Yu Qiong relied on her cultivation to suppress Ling Xiao. This was something that could not be helped. The moment Ling Xiao fell into the ruins, the crowd erupted into cheers. The spectators of the Yu family were originally a little nervous, because they were very worried that if Yu Qiong also lost to Ling Xiao, it would be a big loss of face. But now, the facts told them that Yu Qiong's advantage was too great. There was no need for them to worry at all. Ha ha ha! Well done, senior brother Yu Qiong. Let's see how this Ling Xiao can still be so arrogant. That's right, although you're a genius of the City of Gold, you can't humiliate a martial artist of the Yu family. That's right, look at his smug look just now. Those who don't know would think that he's very powerful, but in the end, he was beaten so badly in one move. He can't be dead, right? Trash is trash, only knowing how to bully the weak. When faced with a real expert, he becomes a coward. The martial artists of the Yu family hoped that Yu Qiong could vent their anger for them. So although they knew that the scene at the beginning did not represent the final victory or defeat, but they still couldn't wait to shout out. Because they had been sullen for the past few days, it was not easy to vent. So how could they not be impulsive? Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, looked at the group of people and sneered. You bunch of trash! Other than your mouth being more ruthless than anyone else, you're useless. Simply useless. Don't forget that I'm now challenging an extreme core realm expert with a late earth core realm cultivation. Yu Qiong can't kill me in one move, so he's useless. Who are you laughing at? Laughing at Yu Qiong's incompetence? What a joke! Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qiong again. Indeed, he had suffered a great loss in their first encounter. But so what? What he needed was this kind of pressure. Only the opponent could give him enough pressure. Only then could his cultivation improve, his physical body become stronger, and his martial skills continue to improve. He had just suffered a blow, and although he looked very miserable, he was still in a very bad state. But the injury was not serious. The last bit of the Tianma Thunder Jade had been completely devoured, and the energy poured into his body. It repaired his injured body, At the same time, even the Tianmao's heart was ready to move. He provoked Yu Qiong because he wanted Yu Qiong to show more power and mobilize the Tianmao's heart. Otherwise, his progress would be a bit slow. You said my attack power is not strong enough. Yu Qiong had obviously fallen for his trick. This kind of person was too easy to understand. He could not stand a little sarcasm. It was simply too easy. That's right, although your attack power can hurt me, it's just that. Don't you think that as an extreme core realm expert, isn't this a bit embarrassing? Ling Xiao mocked. Good. Very good. Then I'll let you see what fear is. Yu Qiong did not use his full strength in his first attack, because he knew that Ling Xiao was very cunning, so he had to be careful. I'll be waiting. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not plan to release the bloodthirsty plague. If he released it now, it would weaken Yu Qiong's combat power, and it would not improve him that much. At the very least, after he got some gains. It would not be too late to do that. Once again, the two of them collided. But this time, Ling Xiao did not foolishly meet force with force. He had the Tai Chi Eye and the Heart of Gold, so there was no need to do that. As long as the opponent's attack pressure existed, it was exactly the same as hitting his body. At the moment of collision, Ling Xiao changed the way he held the sword. He held the sword in a reverse hand and turned his body to the side. He avoided the most ferocious release point of Yu Qiong's power. Then he slashed at Yu Qiong's arm. Ling Xiao had learned this move from Tiger Slayer. However, he was better at using it because he had the Tai Chi Eye. Please remember the domain name of the book. Read the mobile version of the book. Chapter 4266. Zeng. Yu Qiong was indeed not too hu. His reaction was too slow. He was hit by the sword directly. However, Yu Qiong's physical body was indeed terrifying. When the sword slashed his arm, it was as if it had slashed a treasured sword. There was no effect at all. However, even so, it still angered Yu Qiong. Yu Qiong attacked crazily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, learned from Tu Hu's fighting style. He was calm and insidious. Every time he released the 23 dragon-subduing swords, Yu Qiong would feel very uncomfortable. He always stabbed at places that Yu Qiong could not understand. So for the next 10 minutes or so, Yu Qiong did not touch Ling Xiao again. Instead, he was constantly stabbed or slashed by Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Yu Qiong's physical body was extremely strong. Even if he was stabbed or slashed so many times, he was not injured at all. This was the huge gap between their cultivation levels. Ling Xiao's current cultivation level was not enough to kill Yu Qiong. Even so, the group of people from the Yu family had already stopped talking. The situation suddenly changed strangely, which made them a little depressed. Previously, Ling Xiao was sent flying with one move. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to be suppressing Yu Qiong. Although Yu Qiong was not injured for the time being, who knew what would happen next? Yu Qiong's face became more and more ugly. This was completely different from the battle he had expected. He felt that he was the one who was being played. Loser, your cultivation level is only higher than Tu Hu's. In terms of actual combat experience, you really can't catch up to Tu Hu's. If Tu Hu had your cultivation level, I'm afraid I would be in trouble. But you can't. Ling Xiao even had time to mock Yu Qiong. Even if you're right, you can't break my defense, so you can't hurt me. In the end, you'll still lose. Yu Qiong snorted coldly. Although he was very unhappy, he really did not have the right words to refute. Originally, he was defending, but this time he did not even bother to defend. Anyway, Ling Xiao could not hurt him. Why should he care? He focused all his vital essence on attacking. They charged towards Ling Xiao. Do you think your body is perfect? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. His figure suddenly flashed, but he still chose to dodge. Then, as he retreated, he suddenly turned around. the ninth style of the 23 dragon-subduing swords, slaying the dragon descendant. At this moment, Yu Qiong only had eyes for Ling Xiao. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would turn around and run away like before. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly turn around and launch an attack? By the time he reacted, his body had already hit the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Qi! Blood splattered everywhere. Yu Qiong jumped in shock and hurriedly reached out to grab Ling Xiao's Dongxing Fiend God sword. By this time, Ling Xiao had already drawn his sword and retreated. Everyone saw that there was a bloody wound on Yu Qiong's abdomen, even though the wound was very shallow and did not pose much of a threat to Yu Qiong. But if he was hurt, then he was hurt. If he could make a bloody wound, then he could make a fatal wound. This scene not only frightened Yu Qiong, it also enraged Yu Qiong to the point of burning with rage. Don't be so angry. You haven't demonized yet, right? Ling Xiao stopped and did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Yu Qiong indifferently and said calmly, in these 10 minutes of battle, he had really benefited a lot. Not only had the energy in his cultivation increased to 70%, but the heavenly demon's heart had also finally begun to integrate into Ling Xiao's body. This made Ling Xiao's heavenly demon's black tortoise body even more tenacious. He was not far away from leveling up again, but after getting used to the pressure, this kind of improvement would quickly slow down. That was why Ling Xiao hoped that Yu Qiong could demonize. Only a demonized Yu Qiong had the qualifications to continue to improve his strength. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Qiong gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. Although it was a little degrading for a late Earth Core Realm warrior to use the Devil transformation when fighting against a late Earth Core Realm warrior. But if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then it would be even more degrading. So at this moment he had no other choice. He could only fight. It was good to lose face. It was good to be scolded. As long as he won, these voices would naturally disappear. Boom! A black aura began to erupt from Yu Qiong's body. His body gradually floated up. The black energy actually formed a gale, blowing the surrounding energy until it fluctuated. At that moment, a black devil god seemed to be born. Yu Qiong's aura was completely different from before. If the previous Yu Qiong was just a proud expert, then, at this moment, he was more like a devil god that had fallen into the mortal world. Many people couldn't even stand that terrifying aura and actually knelt on the ground. It was rumored that the higher the cultivation of a demonic cultivator, the higher the benefits of demonization. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. As an expert of the extreme core realm, the energy obtained after demonization, it was really more terrifying than Yu Feng, Yu Luan, and Yu Qin. Facing this terrifying pressure, blood-red lightning naturally appeared in Ling Xiao's body, accompanied by the appearance of a demonic figure. Although he wasn't a demonic cultivator, he had the demonic black tortoise body. The demonic black tortoise body absorbed the black tortoise divine body, the demonic heart, the demonic thunder jade, the demonic bone, and the golden dragon bloodline to form. Incomparably powerful. Even if the opponent was a devil god, he could still stand there without falling. He really demonized. This Ling Xiao is actually so strong that he forced senior brother Yu Qiong to demonize. Is his cultivation really only at the late Earth Core realm? This is too unbelievable. It is unbelievable, but this is the truth. Otherwise, senior brother Yu Qiong wouldn't do this. After demonizing, senior brother Yu Qiong should be able to easily defeat that Ling Xiao, right? No one dared to answer this question, because they had already been slapped in the face by Ling Xiao many times. Was this the aura of the extreme core realm? Ling Xiao hadn't even broken through to the heavenly core realm, so he had no idea what the extreme core realm was. But Yu Qiong's aura had given him some insight. This was why there was a saying that fighting with your enemy once was better than sparring with your own people 10,000 times. When fighting with your own people, you would always show mercy. You wouldn't use your true strength. But enemies were different. The enemy's goal was to kill you. That's why he would do anything to achieve his goal. You can also learn a lot from him. Yu Qiong's eyes were filled with a terrifying demonic look. But Ling Xiao just laughed. Do you think you can scare me with your ferocious eyes? But I do like the demonized version of you. Strong enough. Hearing this, many people furrowed their brows. They really couldn't understand Ling Xiao's crazy words. Why does he seem so happy? Is he crazy? Yu Wentian said with a laugh. I think we should remind Yu Qiong to be careful. This Ling Xiao is purposely trying to demonize Yu Qiong. He must be up to something. Yu Qiren furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao's behavior was too strange, and this strange behavior made him feel uneasy. Qiong, don't be impulsive. That guy must be up to something. Yu Dingtian quickly reminded her. Chapter 42-67. At this moment, although Ling Xiao looked relaxed on the surface, but his heart was not relaxed. Facing the demonized Yu Qiong, he felt that he was like a small boat in the vast ocean. Oppression, fear. Everything around him was hostile and fearful. He felt that every cell in his body seemed to be trembling violently. This was the power of an ultimate core realm expert. In front of this power, Ling Xiao felt that he was still very small. A person facing the vast ocean was so powerless and helpless. Yu Qiong looked coldly at Ling Xiao below. After demonization, he would no longer doubt his own strength. A mere warrior with a late-stage Earth core realm cultivation. It was not worth mentioning at all in front of him. Kneel! He shouted sternly. His voice was dignified and solemn. Below, many warriors knelt down at that moment. They could not bear the pressure brought by Yu Qiong. These people were just intimidated by the overflowing pressure and directly knelt on the ground. How much pressure would Ling Xiao, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, be facing? Everyone saw that Ling Xiao's knees had bent. It seemed that he was going to kneel on the ground. Kneel! Yu Qiong continued to roar. Once again, the excited roar of the Yu family's warriors came from the crowd. This was Yu Qiong's true strength. This was Yu Qiong's terror. In front of the demonized Yu Qiong, Ling Xiao did not even have a chance to resist. How could he win? Young master! Ancestor Scarlet Flame gritted his teeth and wanted to go over to help. But he was stopped by Green Lotus Swordswoman. Bear with it, young master hasn't lost yet, haven't you noticed? Even under such circumstances, there is still no confusion in young master's eyes. And in his body, some kind of power is rapidly rising. She was still calm. Ancestor Scarlet Flame's vision was not bad, but he was too impulsive, so he did not notice it. After noticing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. But this did not mean that he could be completely at ease. If Ling Xiao could not defeat Yu Qiong's majesty, then not only would he lose today, but he would also lose miserably. It was extremely embarrassing. Kneeling down to the other party in front of so many people was not a fun thing to do. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in incomparable pain, but also incomparable excitement. The pain came from Yu Qiong's terrifying pressure. As for the excitement, it came from the rapid improvement that this pressure brought to him. He could even feel that the heavenly demon's heart was rapidly fusing with his body. His physical body was being tempered and improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy in his cultivation, also surged in like a flood. He had really chosen the right opponent this time. Of course, Yu Qiong didn't know about this. A smug smile appeared on his face. Seeing that Ling Xiao's knees were about to touch the ground, his smile became even more brilliant. The shouts from the crowd became even louder. However, at a certain moment, the shouts stopped abruptly. A terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. Above the boundless ocean, It was as if a terrifying heavenly demon that could overturn rivers and seas had appeared. The ocean was no longer something that should be feared. This was because the ocean was nothing more than a bathtub for this gigantic, heavenly demon. Yu Qiong's expression suddenly turned unsightly. The energy in Ling Zhao's body was actually rising crazily. There was even a giant, heavenly demon, black, tortoise illusion that appeared. This illusion enveloped Ling Zhao's body and allowed Ling Xiao to stand up again. He was so close to kneeling down. How could Yu Qiong accept such an outcome? Damn it. Not good, he is breaking through. Furthermore, this breakthrough is a double breakthrough in his cultivation and physical body. Qiong, quickly stop him. Yu Dingtian roared. The experts were naturally able to see it more clearly. As a shattered core realm martial artist, they could clearly feel that there were two types of energy that were rising rapidly in Ling Zhao's body. Yu Qiong was originally in a daze, but after hearing Yu Dingtian's words, he knew that he could not continue like this. He had to stop Ling Xiao, because Ling Zhao's energy had already caused him to tremble. If he continued to allow Ling Xiao to improve, he would be the unlucky one in the end. That would not do. He was afraid. This was the first time he was trembling in a one-on-one duel with Ling Xiao. Previously, it didn't matter if he was in a disadvantageous position. His confidence had already vanished. Yes, I will take your life while you are sick. Since you have yet to break through, I will kill you first. When he thought of this, Yu Qiong's hand suddenly turned into sharp, sword-like radiance. He then crossed his hands. A sharp sword chi was released from his arms. It was emitting a black and sinister chi presence. Immortal Vanquishing Sword. This sword art's name was rather domineering. It could even slay immortals. It was indeed a little arrogant, but the Immortal Vanquishing Sword was a 9th level Emperor class martial art. It might not be able to vanquish immortals, but for martial artists below the Extreme Dan realm, it was definitely fatal. In that instant, the entire plaza was filled with sand and rocks. The bluestone slabs on the ground were all sent flying by the sword chi, spinning and dancing in the air. A terrifying sword chi formed from a cross directly tore through the void and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom! The sword chi blasted on the huge black tortoise phantom, causing it to become much more blurry. However, it did not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was still increasing. The illusory image of the black tortoise became solid once again. This won't do. This attack is still too weak. Looks like I have to use my trump card. Otherwise, it will be difficult to win. I have to kill this guy in one blow. Otherwise, once he breaks through, it will be terrible. In today's battle, Yu Qiong was not representing himself, but the entire Yu family. If he lost, it would be completely over. An extreme core stage cultivator had lost to an earth core stage cultivator. Even if no one were to punish him, his martial will would crumble, and he would never be able to make any further progress. A psychological injury was much more serious than a physical injury. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes. The vital essence in his body began to surge out crazily, condensing around his body. Gradually, his entire body seemed to have turned into a pitch-black giant sword. The terrifying energy continued to condense. It continued to condense. With him as the center, the violent wind raged wildly. It was released to the surroundings. The sky was covered with dark clouds, which seemed to be guided by this terrifying energy. Finally, at a certain moment, the power rose to the extreme. Demonic sword roaring heaven and earth. It merged the vital essence to the greatest extent, and it gathered the power of demonization. This move, which was comparable to a 9th level Emperor class martial art, was finally released. Yu Qiong was like a demonic sword flying from the sky, piercing towards Ling Zhao's body. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.